Why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hands for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn. No time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise. I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
electric in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Selamat ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7. Happy anniversary. Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Séptimo aniversario,
Feliz séptimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения! Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет!
Тебя военный декурли.
My name is Dewi. I'm currently the main roamer for Home SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RSG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
We have been playing rank games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry, because we are a new team. We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balance out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used up because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I'll say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes, especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to, a lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top one in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMGSG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it'll be top 3. Because I really feel that in MPLSG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course, we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage, because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG, because I already tasted it. So I want more. So it's like, this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me, it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.
Well, my name is Jace. I'll be commentating for MPL Singapore Season 6. Excited for Season 6 upcoming.
My name is Scrubby, and I'm a commentator for MPL SG.
My name is Vertigo. I'm a caster / commentator for MPL SG for about 6 seasons already.
Hi, my name is Kindofu. I'm one of the few casters that are doing for MPL in this season 6.
Funny story. So when I first got my Mobile Legends Bang Bang gig, back then Mobile Legends Bang Bang wasn't like much. There were not a lot of people play it. Eventually, after that one gig, more came to me, and it always comes down to that idea whereby the game that I don't expect doing ends up being one of my staples.
How did I become involved? It feels like it's been so long ago, actually. So I was doing a couple of tournaments offline, I think community tournaments before that, and I was also learning the ropes, and then I got the opportunity from my mentor, Abstract, who brought me into MPL. So I think since then I've done a couple seasons, and yeah, it's been a fun ride.
It started off as an accident because I was an MC for an event, and then for some reason I realized there was no commentator for Mobile Legends at the time. So I just picked up the mic since I had the mic in my hand, and it was history from then on.
I went through a casting program with Abstract. Abstract's my mentor. And then lo and behold, here I am. It's a fast pass to being a professional caster and professional talent within MPL.
The most memorable one I ever had was Season 4 Slate versus RSG. It was a very tough match between both of these two teams. You know, there's only one slot left because of the change. So there's a lot of tension, especially back then I was like a Slate EVOS Bleed supporter, right? And that's also one of the I think they're at a prime. It was really exciting. We went all best of 7, screaming out our lungs. It's really fun. And at Tampines Hub as well, we get to hear the crowd cheering and roaring for both these two sides as well. That's one of my favorite moments of casting in MPL Singapore.
I think the exciting moment is when you feel the electricity in the air. I highly recommend any viewers who are watching us online to come on down and join us at the physical venues whenever, we share them on social media. Keep tabs on that. Come and join us at the live venue itself and feel the literal electricity in the air. That is something that I will never forget, and I enjoy every single time when we're doing finals.
I think first and foremost, I'd like to thank them. I know that we have a lot of overseas viewers as well. Thank you for your support for MPL SG as well. Without you guys, I think we wouldn't be at the level we're at now. And I think just keep giving us your feedback, because good or bad doesn't matter. If it helps us improve, we'll take it.
I personally really do appreciate the support coming from the community. Things like streamers playing the game and people supporting those streamers eventually kind of rolls up to support for the entire MPL community as well, and scene in Singapore. So I feel like keeping that support and viewership going really, really helps the scene, because that's the most important thing. If you don't have viewers, the scene isn't going to grow. If you don't have bodies at Suntec or at OTH, at our Tampines hub, it's just not gonna work because no one's gonna watch the game. So keeping that support going, I think, would be really important to me, and I'm super grateful that we have these people in Singapore right now, and it continues to grow.
Honestly, first up, Singapore is very, very small. And if you have the slightest, interest in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I highly encourage you guys, to follow our social pages, come on down and support us live. It's really, really appreciated, that presence there, whether you're online, physically with us, it's greatly appreciated, especially Singapore is so small. And of course, for our players as well, they would be deeply encouraged by, your roaring screams, especially on the live venue itself. And with Singapore being so small, we need to show other regions that Singapore might be small, but guys, we are mighty, and we need you, all of our Singaporean viewers, to be there to support Singapore all as one.
Being part of an ecosystem, that has been very enjoyable, because honestly, if I were to go to the playoffs and I'm just going in, I cast, I'm done, I go home, honestly, that's kind of boring. So whenever whenever the audience members or the community members comes over and we just chat each other up, I think that's a very refreshing feeling, and the experience is different every season.
MPL Singapore itself wouldn't be possible without you guys. Every one of you are very important to us. And, like what we mentioned, come down every week if you guys can. I know you guys can be quite busy. Or during the playoffs, we are around and about. Just ask away and, have a chat with us. We're more than happy to chat with you guys. So I feel like you guys are really important for us. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart how much support that you guys have been pouring in towards us since season 1. So I really thank you guys.
Don't do it! The gateway will devour everything!
Sleep tight, my star. Daddy's watching from afar. Close your eyes, mommy's little
MPLSG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPLSG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
Friends, right here at MPLSG, the land of dawn is a cruel, cutthroat environment. We have seen teams come in and only one leaving victorious. With that being said, right here at MPLSG Season 6 playoffs, we started off with 8 teams. And right now, as we speak, we see only the top 3. Welcome to Day 3 of MPLSG Season 6 playoffs. My name is Cheryl and I'm your host for this final day of the playoff season. And boy, oh boy, are we excited. We are one step closer and right here today itself to seeing our champions who will represent Singapore on the international stage over at the M5. Now we're very excited because for most of the other regions, they have already selected our champions, and right now it's Singapore. We have yet to select ours, but it will all be unveiled today. Now, why Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore is such a cutthroat environment? Because we have seen some of crowd favorites leaving us yesterday in a surprise ton of events. So, what can happen today? Well, our 3-time back-to-back-to-back champion defend that title. Or will we have a brand new champion this season? Let's stick around and let's find out. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the matchups for the day. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 3 teams already. First up, the lower bracket finals, which is about to kickstart at 10 a.m. bright and early. But this isn't a sprint right here on the final day. It is a marathon. Match 9, we will see the likes of Team Frankenstein Flash going head-to-head against a full pure-blooded Singapore team, Team Evil. And let's not forget the grand finals itself, our 3-time defending champion sitting right on top, awaiting who will be challenging them for that title of champions of MPLSG. And that showdown will be happening at 4:45 p.m. That is such an exciting day with 2 more matches. All will be unveiled right here today. Now, MPLSG Season 6 has been so very exciting so far. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 6 is powered by Moonton and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. I'm loving it. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. And our partners in esports, OSIM. And of course, the wonderful Suntec City Mall. So yes, friends, if you have just woken up, probably you're commuting to come on down and join us right here at the venue. The electricity in the air is just absolutely buzzing. The teams are doing so much. Merch is getting sold out as we speak. Head on down and join us and support your favorite teams right here by getting their merchandise at their team booths. And let's not forget our sponsors as well. They're absolutely generous. We see McDonald's where you guys can 1v1 each other and even get yourself a free McCrispy and score Head & Shoulders and even try out the brand new OSIM Throne V. That is super cool. So So do not miss out on this amazing opportunities to head on down and soak up the energy right here at MPL SG Season 6 playoffs. So without further ado, we're gonna jump in real quick to introduce these two teams that you are all very familiar with. Now, a lot has happened yesterday. First up, we see Team Frankenstein Flash, the team that has got the top seed in the overall standings for the regular season, has found themselves in the lower bracket finals. Now, this is unexpected given their wonderful run in the regular season, where they see themselves here in this position. Will they be dominating this match to challenge RSGSG once more? We will find out. Whereas, on the other hand, this isn't any regular team. These are our playoff princes, who has the playoff buff for many seasons already, and this buff, boy, is still going strong. And it's very interesting because they have played so many rounds yesterday, but still emerged triumphant. So, will they keep up this win streak and take down Team Flash? Who knows? Stick around, and first up, let's meet the wonderful faces of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just checking, all right, to see how they're looking. So they're looking really pumped up on both sides as well. So, presenting to you the wonderful faces of Team Flash! So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, right here at Suntec City, and of course all of our overseas friends tuning in online for a second consecutive season in a row. Here are the boys in orange to fight for their grand final slot. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, contesting against Team Flash, Team Evil, your community heroes, the playoff princes, now here to challenge Team Flash. Now, despite all odds, Evil have proven their doubters wrong, and time again, this is your beloved Team Evil. Now they're just saying their friendly hellos, fist bumping each other before heading over to the land of dawn. So yes, welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang. All troops deployed, smash them. Take it away, casters.
Thank you, Sharon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to playoffs day number 3 of MPL Singapore Season 6. Welcome to the desk. My name is Scrubby. Here with me is Kid Tofu and Abstract, and we are pumped for today. We're going to see 2 exciting series, best of 5, best of 7. First, the finals of the lower brackets, and the winner goes to the grand finals. Oh my goodness, my brain can't even comprehend this.
I can't contain my excitement, as you can see. And obviously, today's game is also full of high stakes, high velocity kind of thing. So honestly, I'm pumped, and I will be sad too.
Yeah, I think we'll all be quite sad for the team that loses today, right? But the main target for both of these teams is to face up against RSG. They know that they are on the throne. They want to get them off that throne and change history. Now, the first team that's going to be looking to do this is actually going to be Team Flash. So, Team Flash, we have Vanix in the gold lane, Jay in the mid, Adamir in the EXP, Hades in the jungle, and Lousy in the roam. Now, these 5 very godly players have shown that you should show them some respect, right? And I think right now we're expecting very huge things from them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, star-studded teams, right? And we all know these names and faces by now. And these are the this is the team that, you know, dropped to the lower bracket yesterday. So they really, really want this match, and you know they are out to get it. On the opposite end, we have Team Evil.
Team Evil, the guys that have been showing us how to play the game yesterday. We've got Coconut, JS, Twist, Powerful, as well as Carrot. I'm pretty sure that now that we've got Evil in this lower bracket semifinals, they have already broken whatever achievements that they have gotten in the past few seasons. This is their new high, and I don't think that they will want to stop at 3, or neither at 2.
Of course
No way,
not.
no
I mean, now that you've had a taste of it, you're so close to the top. You definitely want that. And remember, guys, this is a culmination of over a month of grueling matches, of bloodshed in the Land of Dawn. It all boils down to one day today.
Yep. Actually, I would even go as far as to say years, because Evo has been waiting for years,
Yeah.
seasons to reach this point.
To be very honest, whenever the first time that Evil came out, we were just thinking community team. Notice how even in the regular season, we're just kind of like community team still, right? That's kind of like their identity. But now, I think we cannot ever call them that anymore.
Yeah, but in order to win this, they need to pay attention to some of these things. We're going to take a look at Team Flash's keys to victory first, how they can clinch this for themselves.
For sure. We've already seen how Carrot's support yesterday, depending on whether they're going for the roam, the healing roam, the Angela, right? They have to target Carrot's support picks. Get that out of the way if they want to defeat Evo. And of course, we didn't see Lord Vanix arrive yesterday. This is the time. This is the time that Vanix needs to get online, so they need to provide him with more protection. Vanix was being beaten left and right yesterday. Everyone was chasing this Lord Vanix. And of course, lastly, Adamir, he needs to outpace Twist, and that's something of a very tall order here. Twist is not an easy opponent, but if Adamir can do it, this EXP lane should help them win the game as well.
For sure, yesterday it was tough, right, to watch them, and you can see really RSG was out to get them, sandwiching Vanix, and there was basically nowhere he can go. But if Evo can find a way to replicate that, it might help them. Speaking of Evo, what do they need to do?
Well, one thing's for sure, right? Whenever we are talking about win condition, you can look at the gold laner. So we gotta have to focus onto Coconut and ensure that Coconut stays alive during all of these team fights. Evil is super good at team fights, but we gotta have to remember that the gold laners are always vulnerable during that kind of situations based on their positionings. Of course, when we are looking at Team Flash have got Hades, that is a very strong assassin player. As such, all of these split pushes kind of thing is something that is right up in the alley of Hades, and Evil gotta have to respect that. And Evil, I think that they Powerful would not even give Hades those kind of Fanny picks, Joy picks, as well as Nolan picks. And finally, they gotta have to stay composed for all of these neutral objectives. Hold things out. Understand if whether they need to go for the fight, they need to dance or not, and when is the time that they actually split their resources, if whether they want to go for zoning plus put a little bit of more resources on that neutral objective.
Yeah, actually, I'm quite worried about Hades. He's like the thief in the night. So I'm expecting a lot of steals today from Hades against Evo. So I think definitely they need to watch out for... doesn't really matter what heroes he get, he's going to come in and steal the Lord.
He's pulled it off a couple times already, right? No matter who his opponent is. And you just need that one steal, in the critical moment of the game that takes away that Lord from you, that could be devastating to the entire match that you've been playing. So it's going to be tough, but let's see if Evil has a plan to fight against that. These two teams have met before in the regular season, so we're going to see how their history looks like.
Alright, so far, when it comes down to the regular seasons, Team Flash did manage to get a 2-0 on top of Evil. But for now, we just want to focus a bit more on the objectives, right? Because right now, we've got Flash that has 47%, while Evil at 44% for the first objective rate. Generally speaking, we know that for the side of Team Flash, they do love to pick up their objective, and they are always going to be running together pretty early into the game. They want to get early dominance in the river as well as the jungle. That is what they are especially good at. And of course, if we look at their picks, we've got Lord Vanix that absolutely adores that Bruno, while Evil have got more of the Irithel pick on top of Coconut. So it really depends on how these two plays and these micro plays work together hand in hand, because if we put a Bruno and an Irithel together, it's pretty much neck and neck.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest, I think the pick and bans feel very redundant for the side of Team Flash because they have such a huge hero pool. Who are you going to ban? And you know, it's for Evo, I feel it's more of what kind of problem do I want to face today? Because no matter what you choose, Team Flash will be able to play it.
You have to know what the lesser evil is that you want to go for,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
No pun intended, honestly. And hopefully they have identified that so that they can formulate the game plan that they want to go against that draft. So we've seen the head-to-head here. We have to make a decision. Who do you guys think is gonna come out victorious?
Well, you have our answers down there. For me, I honestly think that Flash might be able to get this away because of Hades. Probably the arch nemesis of the entire roster of Evil. As such, I'm calling it out. It is gonna be Team Flash for me, but I gotta be honest here. I do love my Evil boys.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
For sure. I think,
Two
you know,
of them.
it's kind of unfair for us because at this point, it's really neck and neck. It's hard to decide. I actually went out with Flash originally, but after yesterday's Evil's performance, I feel like, hey, this playoff buffs is really much stronger this time, and they do have the tools to try and go up against Flash.
Definitely, and you just never know with Evil, right? The thing is, we always expected them to, okay, maybe they're not going to be able to take down this Titan, but they do it anyway.
The other Titan Slayers, after all, I mean, we have called them out as the Titan Slayers in the previous seasons, but so far, I think the Titan Slayer was actually Vanguard for now. But I would love to see how that is going to work out for them.
Well, that's just what we think. Let's look at the audience predictions here. 76% in favor of Flash and 68 on YouTube. So the audience also thinks that this is, you know, largely in favor of Flash. And to be fair, they have had a track record that has shown that they are higher in the standings.
Yeah, but we have had a, I won't say an upsetting day, more of a day of upsets, right, yesterday. So really anything can happen. I think all the teams that have partaken in this season have shown us that really we can change the script up anytime. And I'm waiting for a change in history today.
And of course, I think that one of the main reasons a lot of people are putting their votes onto Team Flash, I would say, is because of their diversity in terms of hero compositions as well as, or rather, team composition. They are not exactly that kind of team where we look at them and be like, yeah, they are a team that only goes for team fight, which is something that we look at Evil and be like, and say that. We know that Evil just absolutely love team fight, but for the side of Team Flash, they have very different kind of gameplay, different kind of play styles. Longzy himself will be able to create the foundation of pick-off, while in the meantime, Hades himself creates the foundation of split push.
Yep, and Flash definitely knows what Evil are comfortable with, right? We're talking about the Khalid by Twist, and that's not going to be an option straight away, right away banned out. So they're looking at, you know, stifling the growth of Twist in the EXP lane. 2 EXP laners already banned out from the side of Team Flash.
I absolutely love that indeed as well. After yesterday's performance of the Khalid, it only makes sense for Madison as well as KZP to get that guy right out of the game, and hopefully that they will be able to stifle this guy's flame to ensure that whatever that they go, Twist would not be a problem for Adamir.
Yep, you know, we're just taking a look at Adam here. I like the fact that he has a little smirk of confidence here. And when Adam is feeling confident, you know Team Flash are in a kind of groove that they're ready to win this match.
Okay, so here's the thing. We have got the Baxia immediately picked up from the side of Team Flash. This is going to be a confusing thing for Evil, or rather they're gonna have to think a lot for this thing. Because Mathilda is understandably going to be one of the possible picks coming in from the side of Evil. We know for a matter of fact that Carrot can definitely play that out for themselves. As much as I want to see them picking up the Angela, that's not going to be the case. So Mathilda plus the Valentina is something that I would love to see from the side of Evil, but it seems like they have decided to pick up the Archive for themselves first, and that means that Longzy have the chance of picking that Mathilda for himself.
That's true. And once again, I think Evil wants Flash to play Matilda, right? I think this is something that they have expected and they have learned from. Flash was playing a lot of Matilda yesterday, and I feel like if they go back into the Matilda, it might be a mistake because I think teams now know what to expect.
To be honest, when I'm just kind of like looking back at previous games, I actually have a little bit of a problem understanding if whether they will actually even go for the Matilda for Evil themselves. But now, when we look at the fact that Nolan was actually slipped right out of the ban based on the fact that there are so many ESP picks, or rather ESP bans, it's kind of surprising that Nolan was actually leaked out, and for the side of Team Flash, they had decided to prioritize onto this Nolan in the first phase. I was expecting and hoping that they would actually leave it for the later stages because Nolan, Joy, as well as Fanny, they all completely leaked out. So I'm actually very curious what Reminiscent as well as KCP have got in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Hades gets his hands on the Nolan, I know Churros isn't going to be happy with this, but it's going to be a Boxer EXP lane, right? He very much prefers Boxer in the jungle, but anyway, this is a very strong and robust composition by Team Flash already in this first half of the draft. And take a look at Evo, they are going to go for the Ixia. Now, the concern about Ixia is, okay, when she uses the full barrage, she is actually sitting duck if she doesn't get enough damage down. So could Evo pick up the Matilda instead?
I don't think that they will be allowed to do that, as Team Flash understandably are gonna go for that sort of ban. But of course, one thing that we gotta remember is that if Evil do actually go for Matilda, they do have a very squishy lineup, and it actually strays Evil away from their initial game plan, or rather their identity itself. Evil have decided to go for a ban on the Bruno, which is completely acceptable. I think Flash, they have to go for the ban on the Matilda and followed by any... Oh, okay, they have decided to go for the ban on the Arlet as well. That will be able to lock down on the Twist because so far, Evil seems to understand that they have the capability and the flexibility of Twist to play according to what Team Flash wants.
Yep, they need a little bit more protection for Coconut here on this Ixia because if you take a look at Team Flash's lineup, they are quite mobile. You have the Tortoise Puissance from Adamir, you have the jump from Hades, you even have the onward in the Earth Shatter from Jay. I am taking this into consideration that we are looking at an Edith mid by Jay. Lousy still can play this as the roam, not a problem, but I'm feeling this is a Jay Edith in the mid.
Jay Edith.
Let's go.
I wouldn't call that off yet. Yes, I would believe that there could be a possibility that that could happen. Evil themselves have decided to ban the Irithel as well. I mean, understandably, since they already have got an Ixia onto their side. The thing is, I'm actually very curious why Evil have decided to pick up an Ixia. Because it's very obvious that Team Flash, yes, they do have the Nolan. They have got access over to the back lines. Does this mean that Team Evil wants to bait things out? Do they want to make Flash things that they don't need any more people for the Evil's backline? Because there is a possibility that Evil will still pick up a Franco for themselves to set the Franco as an anchor. As such, whenever Nolan alone jumps over the backlines, Franco will be able to be picked up from the side of Evil for the final pick as a counter.
Yeah, this Bloody Hunt gonna be very effective for sure because Nolan is not exactly the tankiest hero available as an assassin, so there is a very high percentage that Evo can burst this Nolan down if he gets out of position. Now the question is, are they actually gonna go for this Franco on the side of Evo? Because right now, they do have quite a bit of firepower, but they need some tankiness because who else is gonna be able to protect Ixia?
Well, Evil have decided to actually keep up to the Paquito, so this is very much of a all-strike kind of thing that we have seen before. They're not necessarily going to be looking at a lot of utility. They want to go all in and completely quote-unquote, full barrage down onto Flash. So they may lack a little bit of durability, but perhaps they would want to get and destroy the backlines as fast as possible and then leave the front lines for later. That could be the game plan for Evil.
This makes the Star Helix for Coconut extremely important. He can't unnecessarily throw this move out because Star Helix will be the one controlling move from this Ixia that could change the whole fight for them when they go into a 5-on-5 engage. And take a look at Flash, they will go for a very mobile yet punishing draft. It is going to be Vanix on this Beatrix, and we have Faramis roam on this Lord. Oh wait, hang on. It could be a Faramis mid as well.
I think this is going to be a Faramis mid, followed by an Ixia in the EXP, and finally, of course, the Baxia. Oh crap. Baxia roam. Oh crap. No, okay. Edith is gonna roam.
Yep,
Edith gonna roam. Yes, Edith gonna roam. Baxia in the EXP, and then the Faramis in the mid. Because let's be honest here, Jay can literally play anything.
Yep, it is. And we have Carrot finalizing Evil's draft with the Minotaur. So there is gonna be some heals. That's, I think, what Flash already expected, because Baxia was the first pick. So with the Baxia mark, he wants to reduce the healing as well, adding on with the Dom Eyes to further reduce healing capabilities on the side of Evil.
I do appreciate the fact that they do have a Minotaur on their end. They do need a bit of the sustainability onto their side. That way that sustenance will be able to keep Ixia in play, and also have the Minotaur act as the anchor.
Well, we have our 2 drafts locked in. This is going to be the start of maybe long series between Flash and Evil if they can pull this off. How are we feeling about this?
I feel like this could be the battle of the extremes. It might be a full clean sweep here if things go the way of both teams.
Well, only time will tell. Right now, we are jumping into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game between Team Flash and Evil that will decide their fate if they stay in the competition and proceed to the Grand Finals.
At this point in time, we're just going to be looking at a really quick, fast 2 coming in from both ends, except that Jay is the one in mid instead. Or rather, Carrot is the one in mid instead. So, not too much of a change when it comes down to Team Flash's kind of gameplay. They will still bring the roamer, which is Lolzy, up in the northern side to clear the waves as soon as they can. They're gonna have to be as flexible as possible to see if where do the roamer even go? To the top side or the middle side, based on their wave clear capability.
So far on the emblems, we're gonna have quite a bit of damage here. Double lethal ignition. They're hoping that Hades can get this burst, not just on heroes, but on the Lord Steel as well. Oh,
Flicker in onto Carrot. The burst is enough. Hades clinches first blood for himself. Powerful in some danger. Knockup will be enough, but the Hades actually is the one taken down by him. They're still rolling. Lolzy falls as well. 2 for the side of Evil in exchange for 1.
That's actually poor from the side of Flash, unfortunately, I gotta have to say. The very first time that they managed to get Carrot, okay, that's great and all, but that I think that they overcommitted themselves, and they completely underestimated the fact that, yeah, we're looking at a Valentina on the opposite side.
And it is powerful, right? Remember, one of the keys to victories, not today, but Evil's key to victories is powerful, 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 right? And so far, powerful with this 1-0-1 as an Archive, it's really difficult to fight into a tanky Panda here who will have both health and damage.
Eventually, we will start to see the point in time where Evil will start to put themselves in a really good spot. But do remember this and do understand this. Evil, even though that they managed to get a couple of kills from their side, Hades is still 1 level ahead.
Knock up onto Lolzy here, the heavy spin used, but the Nether Realm as well, he still goes down. Now Adamir in the backline causing some disruption. They are distracted, Hades and Twist rolling it out. Adamir stuck in the backline, the knock up onto Jay. He goes down, taken out by Jasis as well. And the turtle still stands for the moment.
I was kind of feeling like that early heavy spin might have been a mistake, because Hades is still around the corner. The steal could potentially still happen.
This is something that is pretty interesting from the side of Hades. He's still at level 5, powerful at level 4, so this is... Oh!
Powerful wins out that retreat battle. Now Lolzy in trouble here. Knock up Twist gets that one for himself.
And Flash playing into the cards of Evil. It's a team fight team. They love to fight, and Flash taunting them, saying, let's take a fight now and see how strong you are.
I'm actually genuinely surprised that Powerful actually won in that neutral objective fight. But in the meantime, down in the southern side, Hades doesn't really have a lot of help to work with. JS came in a tad bit too late. But Jay now has also come in for reinforcements, but nothing much of a sustenance has pretty much erupted out of that.
It's going to be Evil's game at this point, simply because they have the first turtle. They have leads on the experience on all 3 lanes. gold slightly ahead, 2,000 gold at the 4-minute mark here. So Evo, they're gonna have a very strong early game. The question is, what else can Flash do to kind of even out the odds, perhaps get a kill, and how do they contest this second turtle?
One thing that we're gonna have to remember is that even though we have been looking at Evil that constantly goes for team fights, whenever Evil have decided to pick up a Paquito for themselves, their game plan actually changes quite a lot, and Twist becomes a very important character for the side of Evil. He has very strong split push potential, and most of the time, he actually don't appear in fights. And this is why Team Flash, when they pick up Baxia at first, they could actually put the Baxia in the jungle, but have decided to retain the Baxia into the EXP because they need someone that is equally as mobile as Twist, who plays onto the Paquito. They need Adamir to catch up and be on the same pace as Twist to make sure that we keep Twist in check.
I mean, there's something we talked about yesterday, right? Reference to MY Malaysia. MPL Malaysia here, the EXP laner kind of decides the fate of the match.
Exactly.
As it stands now, Adamir is not having a good time against Twist. One level behind, and Twist is just cutting the waves over and over again, which means Adamir is going to be stuck clearing waves while they start the turtle, as you can see on the side of Evo.
Okay, so the thing is, at least it's not overly bad for the side of Adamir because he haven't really died once at all. So he's still playing a little bit of that safe game, and he's not necessarily losing lane by too much. It's only about lane priority we're talking about.
Oh no, Coconut! Hades flickers in, goes in, manages to get that carrot, now being sandwiched here by Jay as well. In the meantime, Powerful takes an objective up top, so a little win for Evil there.
Yep, good idea by Flash. They knew they couldn't contest this turtle, so they chose to go instead on Coconut, which is the prime target, right? You slow down the main damage dealer. This Ixia 0, 1, and 0 now provides some room for Vanix to start that comeback potential.
It's very equal so far whenever we're looking at a head-to-head between the junglers for now. With Hades at level 8 and Powerful at level 8 as well. But we do have a 2,000 gold lead on top of Evil. So what does this mean when it comes down to the economy? How far and how much of a difference there are? We do have Paquito that have already picked up the Hunter Strike. That is ultimately going to be enabling Evil to have a little bit more of that split push potential and play more of that macro game. But main thing is, we look at a win con. We do have the Corrosion Scythe that has already been picked up. While for the side of Vanix, I think that the BOD has also going to be picked up as well.
Yeah, but you know, main thing is actually Powerful at this point. He just completed his Guardian Helm along with the Molten Core as well at 6.5 minutes. So he is going to be a beefy boy, which means Hades is going to find it very difficult to start these skirmishes and finish it with a Flash win.
Let us understand things a little bit. As a Nolan and as Hades, how can the rest of the members from the side of Team Flash help him, and what's the best way to do things?
Little brawl up top. I don't think enemy is going to go down here. You also have Tortoises, Puissance used here. Turtle is spawning in just under 30 seconds. So right now, Evil does have a slight bit of a lead, right? 5-2 and almost a 2k gold lead. Question is whether they can also sustain this and continue to keep the pressure on Flash.
Kind of difficult because JS actually has the Netherrealm, so Evo very prepared for another fight for sure.
Yeah, JS already in some trouble. Forced to pop the Netherrealm. Here comes the Minoan Fury as well as the heavy spin. Pins Jay to the wall. Forces the flicker. Netherrealm in turn used. Adamir goes in the backline, chases down JS and doesn't manage to get him just yet. In the front, still causing some trouble. Lolzy. Oh, now the barrage is unleashed by Coconut. And finally, Adamir falls. So again, it's win here for Evil as they use that as leverage for the turtle.
It's just adding salt into the wound here because Coconut, not only does he get the kill, he gets back to farming right away, and you can see they have learned the lesson from yesterday. Hades and Lawsy going to try on Twist, but I'm not sure that's going to work out.
It seems as though that Team Flash have a little bit of an issue when it comes down to understanding when is a good time to go in or when is a good time to pull out. Team Flash, they are kind of like going around the roses and hoping that, okay, we're gonna have to make some amends. We're gonna have to create some zoning advantages for our Nolan. Because I think that the main problem for Hades is just only Akai. For the side of Team Flash, they're gonna have to focus onto Akai and bait out the heavy spin. Otherwise, there's not a lot of things that Hades could do. But once the heavy spin is out, what happens from that point onwards? Can Hades even just jump over the back lines and hunt for Coconut? As such, the positioning of Coconut is important. When do you appear and when do you not appear? Evil have been playing things out really nicely, as in the previous fight, Coconut did not appear at all.
Yeah, Hades now, following the instructions here, he actually thought about it. He will be the one to jump in and get Coconut instead. So with the knowledge that the heavy spin is not even available because Powerful is on the other side of the map, they can safely dive Coconut with no punishment from the side of Evil.
Perhaps eventually, Hades will be able to find that that weakness within of Evil's lineup. They did manage to finally get a single standing objective on the side of Evil, and this is actually going to be pretty darn good for them. Just a couple more standing objectives is going to work out for them, but Evil themselves have got a little bit of a slight edge in the northern side as it completely flushes Team Flash away from their own lanes and keeping Flawsy as well as Vanek.
Coconut!
Caught out there once again by Hades. Another solo kill there. It's getting really dangerous for him, right? And he needs to avoid being put down like that because, you know, Evil as well counts on that damage coming from him, especially in the late game.
And that's one of the people that you definitely want to shut down on the side of Evil, right? So not only just getting a kill on Coconut, Evil needs to make sure that Hades doesn't grow as fast as Powerful, but it's not working out. Hades has maintained this level equilibrium with Powerful the entire game for some reason.
He's really good at finding resources over the map, right? I think even in a lot of the previous games, he might lose the turtle, but then he invades the jungle of the opponent team and gets equal farm just to, you know, be on par with that. Right now, I mean, talking about Hades, in a bit of a pickle here, manages to dash out. He's A-okay. Up top, twist, Vanek lands that shot, Lousy looking for compensation, finds the return onto him as well. Bottom, contest for the Lord here, Powerful, Adamir in some trouble, knocks up, Jay with the Netherrealm, saves him for now, but is it enough? Jay finally gets out of that Netherrealm, he is safe, Adamir still in the midst of that stolen Netherrealm, prolongs the fight, and Evil takes his head off. Coconut tries to run away, but Hades finds him in the back line with that flank here. Garrett has to flicker out. Powerful tries with the heavy spin to push them away, but it doesn't matter. They've lost all the other members of Team Evil.
Immediately, the script has turned around as Hades found himself in an amazing positioning to ensure that they will be able to turn things around and snipe Coconut out. That is understandably going to be the main problem for the side of Evil. They need Coconut down, or else Team Flash wouldn't have a chance to even break through that high ground advantage that Evil has.
I mean, what a fight by Team Flash. The recovery is insane. Take a look at the goal lead by Evil. Non-existent at this point. They're back to an even scoreline, at least for the gold-wise. Flash starting this very small goal lead for themselves. And finally, the first neutral objective for them on the map.
We need some more time for the side of Team Flash to eventually get themselves back on track, because they did manage to snipe Coconut out a couple of times already. But Adamir is not necessarily going to be holding the Lord. They're leaving it down to Hades, and I think that this is going to be a little bit tough. They have decided to change things around and not trying to put an assassin style on the side of Hades. They want to focus onto this Lord as much as possible. They have decided to go for the reset. They even have information as to where Coconut is right now, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but the main thing is Evil recognizes this as well, and take a look at the split push by Twist. He's doing a lot of pressure, creating the pressure on the top lane as well, forcing Team Flash to react, which means they could provide more space on the side of Evil for themselves for this Lord.
Very nice by Evil, I think. They spot that Twist is up top clearing, forces Lousy to back by dealing damage on him, and then they find the mid-tier 1 turret as well, but JS in the meantime finds a pick off on Jay, uses his Netherrealm, has to escape now. Adamir in the midst, causing trouble for Coconut. Once again the disruption, but the damage puts on him, and the pain is enough to take him down. Backline, Hades finds Carrot as well, so the huge AoE is gone. The ability to pew for the team as well. Lousy also throwback onto Twist, forces him to back out. Hades again onto Coconut. The burst comes through from JS and shuts him down.
This is a big moment for Evil. Right now, they have the chance to get the Lord, but Lousy wants to change that.
Goodness, Primoraph enough to put him down, but now he's in trouble. Twist comes in, full barrage tries. Oh my goodness, the throwback by Lousy is enough to take down Coconut. Netherrealm popped here by Jay. Is it enough to save the team? Vanek finds Twist in the back, and Flash looks like they've gotten back the upper hand. 4 4 taken out on Evo.
Way too much back and forth here again. There's way too much back and forth. What do we have in the previous fight so far?
It's just buying the time. So Team Flash, they know that they need to buy time for Hades. They do not want to let go of this lot because they know that right now, both teams are on the tip of the knife. This next big objective win will give them a huge advantage in the laning phase. And you can see, Team Flash, even though they were behind the entire first half of the game, this time, they have turned it around. They have taken the first enhanced lot for themselves.
With the script completely flipped, just because for a couple of amazing individual plays. I gotta have to say, so far, when it comes down to Team Flash, not a lot of outstanding macro decisions just yet, but it's a lot of amazing micro decisions. The way that they have decided to place themselves, how Nolan has decided to put himself in certain place, what kind of value trading we are looking out for, those are absolutely amazing. But I believe that there could be more to be seen.
They're crashing down on the mid now. In the meantime, Adamir takes out Twist all by himself on the top side. They've gotten some HP off the mid base turret and are trying to crash down the top as well. So right now, Evo down in terms of their defense structures.
Yep, and Vanix has just gotten that Task Clause, which means he is going to be much more sustainable and high survivability in the fights itself. Evo, for the first time in this game, going to be on the back foot as Team Flash acquires a 3,000 gold lead for themselves.
And now, the rest of Team Flash. Oh, there's a catch.
Lolzy throws him back, forces the heavy spin by Powerful here, isolates Lolzy. The rest of the team is here to catch up, try to save him. Another round popped as well. Will be able to help survive. Another one popped on the side of Evil. The sustain is real. Hades, in the meantime, does get the mid-base turret. All that, a distraction, and they crack open the base of Evil.
I mean, he feels like the Prince of Thievery, right? We have a Mr. Sinbad here being played by Hades, just stealing everything from Evo. I mean, Evo had a very good start to the game. They had the first few turtles, all 3 turtles in fact, but somehow Team Flash turned it around in an instant, and now they're taking the game for a spin.
There's still a bit of time for Evo to actually turn things around. We are looking at a 4,000 gold lead on top of Team Flash. Only the middle lane inhibitor turret has already been taken down, but that is only one lane that has got a natural lane priority. Eventually, the top lane and the bottom lane gotta have to be pushed out. Evil, we haven't really quite seen a lot of that split push potential from the side of Paquito, understandably so, because they haven't exactly have a way to actually do that because of the threat of the Nolan.
Yeah, and this Nolan is actually protected by 3 of the Flash members. In this entry point, right, they have the Edith, they have the Faramis, they have the Baxia as well. These are 3 entry points from Team Flash to start a perfect team fight, as well as source for Coconut. And once they know where Coconut is, it's very easy for this Nolan to jump in. Hades comes in with the expansion, with the gauge as well, with the fracture. He doesn't even need the full combo to kill off Coconut at this point. He already has the Endless Battle as well. So that's going to be a huge amount of burst that is going to be amplified by this lethal ignition.
I mean, when the damage dealt chart came out, we see that Coconut is unfortunately at the bottom of the chart, which makes perfect sense, to be honest. Because the thing is, we don't have anyone that can really just instantaneously stop this Nolan from doing anything. We do have Minotaur that acts as the anchor, sure. And of course, you have the Minoan's Fury as well as the Storm to just kind of knock Hades up into the air. But Hades, being an exceptional player, you know that he will not just go in when all of that is still up in the wind and available. So I don't think that there will be a point in time whereby Hades just threw caution in the wind and just decides to assassinate Coconut for the sake of it. He will always wait for the perfect time where Carrot is completely preoccupied and unable to do any of that. While Coconut, you're gonna have to wait for the time where Nolan shows himself, then he can list out the full barrage. Otherwise, if he does that without waiting for Nolan, you can be very sure that Nolan is going after him immediately.
Yeah, and that's why Team Flash is playing so patiently, right? They have this tier 3 that's cracked in the mid lane, means the wave will always be in their advantage. They don't want to push the issue right here. But Hades, waiting for that thievery once again.
very, very slow here. You can feel the tension just building up, right? As Powerful slowly chunks down the Lord. They're looking for an opening. Adamir finds them in the brushes. The knock-up, they all come crashing down on him. The damage is enough, but the Nether Realm saves him for now. Heavy spin used, tries to isolate the back line. Lawsy finds Carrot, and they also find the Lord together with that. Evo unleashes the full barrage, finds Lawsy in the front now, in the back twist, trying to get Vanix. Not enough, they can't do that. And Powerful gets shut down as well. Double kill for Hades. Flash coming out with not just
Hades,
the Lord,
he got immortality,
but also two members. Hades immortality, not gonna save him as Twist lands that final blow.
You really think that Adamir make a mistake there, huh? I'm pretty sure a lot of... Oh, wait, Vanix! Oh, hell, Lord Vanix!
Yep, that was the arrival of Lord Vanix with the Renner's apathy there. Aptly named for sure, because that was a lot of pain onto JS. Now, the question is, if we take a look at what happened in that particular sequence of events, Team Evo actually let the Lord go, but they were expecting the Lord to be reset. So Hades was actually waiting for that heavy spin coming up from Powerful, and you could notice, if you take a look at the replay later, the moment Powerful used the heavy spin, Hades just went straight for the Lord. So now, as it stands, it's going to be Team Evo having to make a Lord defense because the Lord is in the hands of Team Flash. They won the fight after that, but now with the fact that JS has been sniped down by Lord Vanix, which means that they're going to be at least 2 or 3 members down in this defense, it might look like a win for Flash at this stage.
Honestly, in the Lord's fight, it seemed as though that we've got Adamir that jumped the gun and put himself in a very tough spot. But it doesn't seem to be all that, because we do have Jay that was already in the Pixel Brush, ready to do either two things. Number one, to get the aggro of the Lord, or number two, jump in to make sure that the Netherrealm keeps Adamir safe. Because here's the thing, when they needed to create space, and the name of the game for the side of Team Flash was to create space for Hades. As such, Adamir made the call to open up the brush to make sure that to kind of find out who is going to be in that part of the brush. Jay then joined into the battle, and from that point on, it's all about trickling in to make sure that number one, the Lord doesn't reset. Otherwise, that is going to be a sacrifice for naught. So, Lawsy walked the shortest path instead of the longer path. So you want a shorter path to ensure that the Lord continues to hit him, just so that Hades will be able to connect the final pieces to snipe the Lord down.
The potential end of game 1 here.
He did exactly that. Twist jumping in, full barrage use as best as possible, trying to clear that Lord, but it might be all for naught here as Flash manages to secure that first win for themselves, taking one over Evil. Oh, wow. I mean, Team Flash, you know them as this team. Yes, they were down in the early game, but it doesn't matter because it's all about that late game. And Hades, with the snipe on that Lord, with the positioning as well as Vanix, my goodness.
I mean, that's why they call Team Flash, right? They really turn things around in a flash. And of course, with that being said, that was a much better decision making on the side of Team Flash, which led to this victory in the first place. The moment Powerful left the Lord alone, I think Team Evo was expecting that the Lord be reset immediately, but for some reason, the Lord didn't follow Powerful out of the range. It actually stood there for Hades to take the Lord as well.
So, very small micro plays coming in from the side of Flash to make sure that they keep the aggro. It was initially, it took a couple of hits on the Powerful, and then it stood there for a little bit, and it hit Lawsy. And only because it hit Lawsy, it still stayed on the spot, and then Hades came in to jump the gun.
Yep, a much safer Nolan than the Nolans that we saw yesterday, right? We also had Bray play the Nolan, which didn't really work out in his favor, but Hades now brings it up today and shows that, hey, this is the proper way to play Nolan. You need someone in your team to be able to open the map for you. You need someone like Adamir to jump into the brushes and find out where exactly your target is going to be at, which is what happened to Coconut, right? Coconut felt very safe with Carrot, but it was all just a ploy because when Adamir jumped in, even though they did get the kill on Adamir, it opened the floodgates for the entry for people like Jay, for people like Lousy. And with all of that pressure coming on Coconut, there was nothing that Carrot can do against 2 or 3 members.
To be honest, when we're talking about pressure and safety, I will say that Coconut is under a lot of pressure to perform. And this is an Ixia that is in the lineup of Evil and fighting off against a Hades on a Nolan. I think that Evil gonna have to understand that they cannot underestimate Team Flash and that they gonna have to respect ban the pickups of Hades. Either gonna be Nolan, Fanny, or a Joy. These are the 3 heroes that cannot go over to the side of Hades because these are mortal enemies for what Evil is capable of doing. Coconut needs to be in a safe spot, and Coconut needs to be babysat in order to really unleash his full potential. Because once you see that, once Coconut starts to feel all this pressure, he do not allow himself to go bold. He do not allow himself to play in a very amazing kind of gameplay. This sets the precedence for Coconut to not lose instead of going all out to win.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but later on when we take a look at the emblems, you can see a very big discrepancy around how Team Flash wants to fight and how Team Evil wants to fight as well.
We do have, of course, the emblems that have popped up over to our side. We do see quite a lot of mobility emblems that did manage to come out for the side of Longsy as well as the side of the Faramis. But I think that the main thing that we're gonna have to look out for is gonna be the head-to-head kind of gameplay coming from both sides. Baxia understands that he's going to be having a tad bit of a trouble dealing with the Paquito. As such, going all a full tank emblem plus a concussive blast makes absolute sense, so that he will be able to keep the wave intact, clear it fast enough, and also to not die by the hands of Twist. Ensures that he's gonna be A-OK and that Team Flash doesn't even have to put too much resource and make the EXP lane a heavy lane. They will be able to put more resource over to the side of Beatrix's lane, which is all hail Lord Vanix's lane.
Yep, and to add on to that, during the team fights itself, this is where Adamir is extremely useful because if you take a look at emblems on the side of Nolan, he has the Trill with the Assassin emblem. So there's a lot of adaptive attack and extra 2% movement speed for this Nolan. So he is going to be a bit squishy, but he can deal a lot of damage. So Adamir surviving longer in team fights means there is more opportunity for Nolan to get the kill. Even with a 1 to 2 second extension of time for Nolan, that's more than enough for him to lay the pain on people like Coconut or even JS, which are the main turnaround capabilities of Team Evil.
I mean, not just that, right? With the full tank emblem, you can see that Adamir basically, he was set up to draw the aggro and the damage to himself. And you top the vengeance on top of that. So not only does he have the damage dealt on him using all their resources, he also reflects some of that. And if once you start to trickle down the HPs of Evil, then that's where Hades also has an easier time diving into the backline when they try to escape. On the flip side, Evil, they have to make decisions here, right? We talked about how Coconut needs Carrot to protect him, but with the Minotaur, you have to make a decision as to whether you want to go in with the Minoan Fury. That being said, then you need the heavy spin to be able to peel for Coconut, but I think so far he has been put in very precarious positions and forced to just fear for his life or truce. Looking at the statistics here, you can see JS always high on the damage dealt, you know, always being there to be able to put out the damage, but just not enough for them to be able to close that.
Yeah, just not enough survivability. They place a lot of emphasis on Carrot's motivation raw, as well as the extra heal from the favor. But because there's a Baxia, all of this heal, because of the Baxia mark and the Dom Ice as well, all of this is reduced. Take a look at the total heal. It should be way higher on the side of Team Evil, but all of this was taken away. So with that being said, right, I think now there's many different win conditions on the side of Team Flash. What do you have as your personal MVP in Team Flash?
I'm gonna have to say Hades, right? His very presence puts so much pressure on the side of Evil where Coconut couldn't even shine.
I feel like Adamir, look at 90% kill participation and the sandbag, right? He was basically like a suicide bomber. Like you dive in, draw everything from you, and then make sure that the team wins the game. But it's gonna be Hades on this Nolan. The art of thievery mastered by this man here.
Yeah, really shows you he knows how to play in between dimensions, right? With the Thrill, with the Season Hunter, with the Lethal Ignition for the Assassin emblem as well. Making very good use of not just the adaptive attack and damage he's offered, but also with the extra movement speed. And if you take a look at the damage he has the Blade of Heptaseeds along with the Malefic Raw Hunter Strike. So he slows you down, he gets the burst with the BOD as well. There's extra damage on damage every time he lands a skill. So a 3-hit combo, Expansion, Gauge, Fracture, bye-bye Coconut, bye-bye Team Evil.
Of course, the main name of the game for the side of Flash is to create space. Unfortunately, when it comes down to Baxia isn't a hero that is really good at creating space. But one thing's for sure, Baxia is extremely tanky and actually a good bait. Because of the Tortoise's Facades, you force people to run within of your flames or whatever that thing is. And such, all of that degen just setting into play, and Minotaur's heal just doesn't come in as well, and that actually sets a perfect precedence for the rest of the members from the side of Flash to actually jump right in, which is something that we see all the time. We gotta have to find a spot and a time for Nolan to eventually squeeze himself in between of the cracks.
Yeah,
we're gonna see exactly how all that went down. We have the game highlights ready on the screen.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for that one moment where we can actually see Adamir pop off that Vengeance, right? That is going to help to mitigate all of the different heals available by Carrot. Just the Favor and the Motivation Raw. And that's when Hades comes in, always at the last possible second. Gets the cleanup. Powerful here. What can he do? He can only spin for a limited amount of time. But as long as Coconut is dead, it's going to be a tough fight for the side of Team Evil.
The positioning as well, right? Coming from Hades, you notice Coconut flickered backwards right into the hands of Hades earlier on, and he's just always having to look out for him. Again, here, Coconut, Lawsy diving deep for him as well.
Of course, this is just absolute pandemonium, but it kind of seems as though like they're just throwing their bodies in, but it definitely wasn't just all that. They definitely managed to find quite a bit of value, and throughout all this fight, Vanix actually it actually seemed as though Vanix was in a really tough spot. But in the end of the day, because of the hard pause, he still managed to put himself right back into the game. And there's just so many things that goes on. Hades immediately bought the immortality right back. And I was genuinely hoping that something would happen for their side and try to change things around. But Twist came out from absolutely nowhere to actually pop off against Hades. Otherwise, I could have a feeling that Hades could have been able to turn things around and in fact create quite a play there.
Yeah, exactly. We all know he is the king of thievery, right? And if Twist wasn't present, I'm pretty sure Coconut would have died in that point. But based on what we have seen in the highlights, Team Evil definitely have what it takes to take a game off of Team Flash for sure. Now the only question is, do they need to change the draft or do they need to change the style of play? It really all comes down to really micro moments across the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you speak about micro, right? Even in that split-second fight, you saw Hades use the immortality. He even bought the Winter Truncheon. So like you said, if Twist wasn't there, he would have popped in and possibly taken down Jay. Now, it looks difficult for Evil to be able to come back from this. They do need to go back to the drawing board and see how they can fight against both this macro and micro ability. But I guess when you are down like this, right, you need a little perk up.
Yep.
What's the best way to get a perk up?
You need some food, you need some energy, you need to make yourself come up to scratch.
I need some spice in my life.
You definitely do. And you guys can get yourself some spice in your life, a little perk me up for yourself with McDonald's on McDelivery. So remember that the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's because you can catch all of your MPL Season 6 action with this McDonald's McCrispy. They have a crispier crunch of the new and improved recipe, and you can even get it on McDelivery, so you don't even need to leave your house to be able to do that. If you do decide to come to Sinex City, they also have a branch here, so you can just walk over there and get, I mean, they're everywhere, right? Basically.
I mean, let's be honest here. Wherever you go, there will be a McDonald's there. And you will be able to satisfy your cravings. And not only satisfy cravings, I gotta have to say, you can also satisfy your needs for diamonds because there's thousands of in-game diamonds up for grabs for you and your squad as well.
I mean, when you have diamonds and food,
what's that to look like?
Yeah, it comes as a set. Like, you get to play flashy in-game, you also get to eat. And honestly, hand to heart, I have tried the chicken McCrispy before and I really like it.
I do.
We all have.
We all love it. But of course, I also do love me some diamonds.
Yeah, and you can get that with your weekly diamond pass in the game as well. When you purchase that, you get a diamond rebate of 455%.
She needed to emphasize on 400 because you don't get.
Yeah, when do you get rebates of like hundreds of
it's not
percents?
4, it's not 40, it's 455.
Like I
Is that
can't
called a
even
rebate
math
then?
that in my brain.
Is that still counted as a rebate then? This kind of sounds like a giveaway.
And not just that, you can also claim 100 diamonds when you purchase that on that day, and another 120 just by logging in for the next 6 days. So not only do you get a rebate, you also get extra diamonds on that day and just by logging in. If you worry about missing your rewards, if you just log into the game, Layla's savings box will automatically save them for you. So if you forget, you're busy, right? We all get that. You can get into the game, Layla's saving box, and you still get your rewards.
So even if I miss a day or two, no problems. No problems.
Exactly. Now, we also have very special event coming up. We talked about this before, but you guys need to remember that November 4th is a very important day because we're going to be releasing information on the M Series 5th anniversary. Now, you know all these players that you're watching on MPL Singapore, right? You have your favorites, I'm sure. You know who you're rooting for. There is a chance that they will be nominated as the 10 greatest players in M Series history. And you can be a part of that just by voting for them. So, you see on the screen here, Diablo, JPL, all have a chance to be in there, and you can help them become one of the greatest players in public, nominated with that title, as long as you stay tuned and help them vote.
Yeah, not only voting for your heroes, you can be a hero to your hero as well. All you have to do is to vote. Now, we have many offers today, but it all speaks about one thing, which is maximum efficiency. Getting the maximum rebate, getting the maximum hunger pangs eaten away, beaten away, smashed away, and now you get to smash that button to help your heroes. Which means you yourself technically are also a hero because you make them one of the top 10 greatest players in the M Series history.
It's so wholesome.
Yeah. Remember, you can be part of this and your voice will be heard as long as you stay tuned on the November 4th. And all you gotta do is just kind of like tune into every single one of our social media. We are gonna post more updates there, be it on TikTok at MPL Singapore or perhaps even on Instagram, mpl.sg/official. And then, you will be able to find out how to vote for Diablo or JPL to be part of the 10 greatest players.
But right now, we need a hero for Team Evil. They are going to be trailing 1-0 against Team Flash. Bear in mind, guys, this is a best of 5. Now, what do you guys think about this so far?
It's just the first game, right? And we have seen Evil drop 1 or 2 games before, but they always find a way to come back. So it's definitely not over yet. And, for the audience who's watching this, if you haven't made your way to Suntec, this is just the beginning, so you still have time to come and watch your teams win.
Yep, Evil always finds a way to creep up and then they appear in front of you and BAM! You lose! So I'm waiting for that to happen, but we'll see.
Honestly, when I'm thinking about things, and of course I want to just kind of segue from what you said, Team Evil needs a hero. I think that is very difficult for them to do so because when we are talking about Team Flash, their slogan literally is making gamers heroes.
Damn!
Bam!
So
well, wait. There is a potential for that as well because if they lose, there is a hero coming out from Evil. So they did make a hero.
They did make a hero.
Just not their hero.
It's not their side. So let's be honest here. Wherever Flash is gonna be at, they managed to make a hero somewhere. It's either gonna be Lord Vanix or Hades at this point in time. Because let's be honest here, Lord Vanix is Lord Vanix. We're gonna all hail to Lord Vanix no matter what. Whenever he makes that play. But so far, I think that Hades has really not been stepping up, but he's really been showing us how to play the game. Let's be honest here.
But technically, Hades is in control of Evil as well. So right now, whatever is happening is according to the book because Hades should be the one to control what Evil is like, and he sets the marker. And it looks like the Team Evil that we have now hasn't been able to reach his standards yet.
So I think that with that all said, Team Evil, they would want to bring up some respect bands over to Hades now.
Oh, for sure.
Coconut have got no idea how to play that game with a constant threat and a constant target board at his back. There is no way that he can just pop on early and do all the pokes that is necessary, or perhaps to do any form of, bruising. Because from the side of Team Evil, yes, they have bruisers on the other side. They have Paquito, but Paquito will want to jump over to the backlines and ultimately deal with the Beatrix. But because there's so many things that they need to do, they need to take attention away from the side of Baxia. They need to find out where exactly Nolan is. Twist couldn't stray far from his team. As much as he wants to split push, as much as he wants to play the macro game and kind of force some disadvantages over to the side of Team Flash, he can't possibly do that because Nolan, you have no information. Where exactly is Hades?
It's difficult though, right? Because when you think about banning out Hades, I don't know if that's even theoretically possible. You only have 3 bans in the first phase.
In the first phase, yes.
Yeah, and he could already pick up, which he did, right? An assassin in the first phase. So if you had 3 bans and you put them all on Hades, how's that gonna pan out for them?
I mean, that's what makes a team extremely scary, right? When, sure, you can be a one-trick hero or whatsoever, but what happens when the guy can play everything? Oh, Helcon's not a problem, Lancelot's not a problem, all the assassin junglers are not a problem, and if you need, hey, no problem, I can go into tank fighter as a jungle. So Hades is literally the kryptonite for Team Evil as it stands now, because Hades is just one component. We haven't talked about Jay, who is so unique. He's able to play every single hero in the mid, technically, based on what we've seen.
I gotta have to say though, Evil have got very good mechanics on their side, but what really tops off their mechanics is the fact that they play together as a team amazingly, and their team fight potential is absolutely great. So, the main thing, first thing is that they gotta have to eliminate chances of getting split up. They gotta have to ensure that they take the fight against Flash and they are gonna win in that team fight. As such, taking away all of these split pushes that I talked about before, Fanny, Nolan, Joy, is ultimately gonna be very important. Yes, that means that Team Flash may be able to pick up heroes such as a Lancelot anyways, but to be honest, I think that that's gonna be a-okay. They can... The main 3 that I talked about is more important than having a Lancelot. And this also means that Team Flash, they have to pick up the Lancelot early, which leaves space for Evil to find a way to counter against that Lancelot.
Yeah, but I think one of the main things that Evil must not do is to allow an Angela over to the side of Team Flash. Yes, granted, I think Matilda is fine for Team Flash, right? I think Evil will be able to handle that. But when you have an Angela available on the side for either team, it really amplifies the power of an assassin jungler. Now, you guys may not know, but Powerful used to play junglers as assassin junglers as well, and we might, I'm waiting for it. Hopefully, Evil might tease us with a different kind of composition in Game 2.
With an Angela, Yuzhong, as well as Khalid being banned out from the side of Team Flash, it only makes sense for Evil to pick up a Valentina for themselves, as this is a very team fight worthy hero, and you can always bring a Valentina to any form of lineup. Now, for Team Flash side, we do have Edith that's currently available. Matilda is also available, which is something that we see a lot from the side of Team Flash. Do they want to flex both of these 2 heroes together, or do they want to look for something a little bit different? Something that really works out for team fight? Or do they want to go for something that really works out in the side lanes? Because right now, Bruno is available. If they would want to pick out heroes that allows Bruno to win, it will be pretty easy because the Valentina is already out. Oh, they have decided to pick up an Irithel instead.
Yep, so they want to change the name of the game here. They want Team Evil to focus on, okay, let's draft against a gold laner and a potential flex, right? This Edith could go, once again, almost anywhere. It could go into the EXP, could go into Roam, could go into mid. And that's the scary thing about drafting against Team Flash, because every single thing could be placed in multiple positions. Too many options.
So, of course, with the Valentina first picked, Flash knows what they're gonna have to fight with and what they're gonna have to work with. So picking up the gold laner is not too big of a problem because they can always find lane priority on top of Evil. And do note that when it comes down to Valentina, he's got quite a good lane priority there. So Novaria can always be a very good pick for the side of Team Flash. But Team Flash themselves, they know that they want to pick up the Lancelot. They know that they're gonna have to prioritize this Lancelot before it gets banned by the hands of Evil. As such, they will do absolutely that. If Evil understands what is at play here, they gotta have to whittle down all of the mage heroes, all the mid lane heroes that gives priority in the mid. As such, Novaria is ultimately very important to be taken out first.
Yep, there's a huge amount of poke, right, with the Star Shatter as well. And I think based on how Team Flash is playing, it could be a huge turnaround. I'm thinking that yes, it could be very well an Evil early game lead. At least in the first half of the match. And then that's where Team Flash kind of figures out, okay, you know what? Yeah, we can give them the lead, we can lose a couple of turtles, no problem. But once we hit our power spikes, we can definitely change the game from there.
What other heroes can we look out to ban? For the side of Team Flash, they are looking to ban out all of the roamers, and in this case, what is very important is to bring out Hilda, because you wouldn't want to put Hades in a tough spot within the jungles, because after all, Lancelot will take some time to clear out the waves, and as long as a Hilda is apparent in the side of Evil, it's going to take a lot longer for this Lancelot to even do anything. But what is exactly going to be Evil's game plan? Because they have decided to ban out heroes such as a Uranus targeting onto Adamir. We're looking at heroes that create space. We're looking out for heroes that is able to soak up damage and kind of create a kind of aerial denial perhaps. So
It's time to go to
the next one is going to be Lilia. Lilia, understandably, the lane priority that I was talking about. But Team Flash, this means that they still have the chance to pick up a Novaria. And it makes sense that they do pick up a Novaria here, right now, because they already know their matchup. They want to leave the final pick in the hands for the last slot. Or perhaps not, because they have... EXP lane has already been reviewed from the side of Evil too. So apparently, they want to win in that lineup as well by picking up an Axbog.
It's all about buying time, right? You know, the longer the game goes, the longer the fight goes, it benefits Lancelot more and more, because with the usage of the iframe for his Dawn Rose, the Puncture, as well as the Phantom Execution, the more time you buy for your Lancelot, the higher chance you will win that fight, which is why you see such tanky characters as Xbox, which is also why Evo has banned out heroes such as the Lilia and this Uranus who buy so much time. The Consecration by Uranus always extends the fight extremely long. Now Evo, they want to try and mitigate that risk with the Rafaela, so Holy Light as well as the Holy Baptism to try and stop the movement on the side of Team Flash. And hopefully this time Coconut with this Bruno will be able to get a bit more damage within a shorter amount of time. Ixia is great game 1, but the speed of the damage, the DPS, Bruno offers slightly higher DPS at an earlier stage of the game.
The chances of the Edith going over to the roam is close to 90%, and they definitely want to get it down. Okay, so the God. We haven't seen the God pick for quite a long time, albeit it doesn't really quite give a lot of lane priority over the Valentina, but this is going to be a pick that helps them win in team fights. They need an answer over to Twist. They need an answer over to Akai as well. The heavy front lines is what they gotta have to bring down with the massive amount of true damage Mystic Gush.
I really like this God pick because what this means is they're gonna try and win the early game. They want this lead because God clears the lane faster than Valentina in the early stages, at least when level 1 and level 2, because that with that Shadow Strike and Arcane Shade combo, you don't get the full combination cooldown as early, right? So you do need to wait for your cooldown on your Shadow Strike before you can hit that cooldown based on the passive of your Arcane Shield. So God, with that Mystic Injunction, with the Mystic Projectile, will definitely wave clear much faster, which means he's going to make that early rotation for the team first.
I mean, with that God pick, you know, Evil, they look like they had the early, but now Flash also kind of gets that back for themselves with that last pick here. Now, we are jumping into game number 2 between Flash and Team Evil. We're gonna see who comes out on top of this one, whether Flash can get another one to their belt, or whether Evil will finally clock one in their favor.
We'll eventually start off with the emblems and understand what is going on here. We do have the Xbox as well as Terizla matchup that actually have very similar emblems. Not necessarily a problem for the side of Twist just yet, but he does want to go with a lot more of the survivability for his end. Understanding that Jay has got a lot of that true damage, he needs to find more ways to keep himself alive as long as he's hitting onto the opponents.
It's gonna be a movement here early for Team Evil. They want to get this lead here. It's all about making sure that Hades does not get that power spike as fast as powerful. Now we've already seen this Akai having a very good lead in game 1, right? And they want to reenact that situation for Team Evil again here in the second game, and it looks like it's working out so far. Not a very huge gold lead, maybe about 300 to 400 gold, but it is still working in Evil's favor.
We're talking about lane priority for this game. We want to focus on that as much as possible. And there is actually a lot of jobs for Carrot to be, whereby he's gonna have to go to the middle lane, clear waves as fast as possible together with JS, and he's gonna have to be at the top lane to ensure that this Bruno is gonna be safe and sound all the time. As long as they have information as to where Lolzy is, things may not be as bad. But for now, the turtle is going to be popped up. As such, Evil is gonna have to understand what is going to be their priority here. To keep Bruno alive, or do they want to ensure that the neutral objective is for theirs to take?
Well, Team Flash now, both teams actually going to buy time. They're not going to overcommit for this turtle. They're going to want to try to get 4 on as many of the members as possible. Lolzy
starts that off with a throwback onto JS here. Damage is enough, but the
Nice
heavy spin
flicker for
stops them from engaging even more. Adamir comes in, tries to reach the backline, but not just yet. Flash now getting a bit more of the aggressive positioning here on the turtle, with Hades beaching it over to his side.
JS actually stole the last Insanity. I don't see when he's going to use that.
Yeah, Adamir early in the backline actually already using that JS pops that for himself. Adamir flickers out, but Twist chases him down in the backline. Lolzy 1 against 3 here, causing so much disruption and buying time. He goes down. It's actually 1-2 for none here in favor of Evil.
Yep, Team Flash just couldn't handle the split of the fight that Evil was able to do. That's why we know that Evil is the team fight team. Do not start a fight with Evil because they will always crush you.
Honestly, this is definitely going to be a game that's way better for the side of Coconut. Yes, you do have an answer from the side of Hades, but you do have a Rafaela this time. You have a lot of mobility that can really work out for you. The 1 second slow this 1 second slow immunity is going to be the answer for the Axe Bong. As such, it's not going to be too big of a problem. In fact, Jay will also pick up the Ice Queen's wand, so there's actually a lot of counters coming from the side of Evil. They are not afraid of any of their members slowing down. This allows Twist to be a lot more agile. It allows Powerful to even push people with the heavy spin so much easier.
Like this combination that Lolzy and Jay are trying to attempt with the onward into the Mystic Gush. Just curious as to why they don't throw the projectile down as well.
Now Flash starting to fight. Hades already getting there with the Retribution. Lolzy in the midst of 4 here is going to be taken down by JS's stolen last Insanity with the burst at the final part. So yes, Team Flash get the turtle, but Evil trade one back with a kill.
It may be 3 deaths from the side of Flash with not a single kill onto their side, but hey, at least they managed to pick up neutral objective on their side, and hopefully that they will be even able to get even more kills here. As Hades and Adamir make their way down to the bottom lane. Adamir doesn't really have a lot of Braga armor, but Powerful joins in the fray.
Tries to go in for Hades, but the iframe is just going to get him out right now. So all is well for the moment. And again, Hades, being able to keep up with the levels topside. Lolzy taking some damage. Coconut not able to put the final hits onto him to close that up.
It's quite interesting because JS actually taking the lead against Jay here. JS already has that completed Clock of Destiny. Jay not so much as close. So JS actually going for the scaling build on this Valentina, which means that we're expecting Evil to try and fight into the late game as well. They don't expect to finish this game fast, but of course with that being said, if they feed more farm into JS as well as Coconut, it could be a very different story. We might see a very fast game from the side of Evil.
Or is it? Team Flash, they do have quite a bit of answers over to the side of Evil, despite the fact that Carrot himself, he can definitely nullify a lot of these slows from the side of Team Flash. perhaps one of the answers is going to be dealing with a carrot first. So the question is, do Hades actually deal with carrot? Do they gotta have to deal with carrot so that Jay will be able to melt them down with the true damage Mystic Gush? There's so many questions that needs to be answered, but it all relies onto the shot caller, and of course understanding their roles. What can Adamir do for this case? Is it all about the last insanity zone carried away? Because we know, once you pop off the Holy Baptism, you gotta have to run, right? Run away from the last insanity to make sure that you are not under heat.
Well, the most straightforward way to keep it in check is to make sure that this goal lead by Team Evo is never going past that 2,000 gold mark. Because one of the things that you don't want to experience as Team Flash is that you cannot decide between who to kill, between Coconut and Carrot.
They're both looking for the contest here. Now Hades with the iframes might get it, but Powerful secures that one for himself. And now Twist goes in the backline, penalty zone onto Jay, forces the flicker as well. JS with the last insanity, doesn't get on Adamir, and manages to escape for now.
Unfortunately, Grand Theft Turtle is not going to be working for them. In the meantime, top lane.
Oh, Coconut, one more hit onto Lawsy, but Vanix keeps him at bay here, and he isn't able to send Lawsy back to the base.
Well, he does get into the Firelight, so he is going to be safe. Lawsy not exactly having the best game, 0-2-0, but he has managed to keep Vanix safe throughout this entire time.
Hades with the Thorn Rose, trying to attempt a gank here, but he knows that Powerful is on the way, and they're not going to be able to get anything out of here, so opting to instead strip some resources off of the jungle.
This is such a tight gold lane. Both of these gold laners have been pitting at each other at bay for the longest time ever. We've got Lawsy that constantly keeps himself at the top lane to ensure that Vanix would not lose. They understand that, after all, win condition is still gonna be onto Vanix. They need him to pick up items. They need him to be unlocked and eventually join into the team fights. Generally, for the first two turtles, you wouldn't want to have your gold laners in unless they have got their power spikes. But in this case, I think for Team Flash, the third turtle is probably something that Irithel wants to be part of.
Powerful gonna get the steal here. They might look for the engage, which will be a huge mistake from Team Flash because right now Team Evo has everything up.
I just remembered. Both sides of the both teams actually took quite some time to bring down the turtles. As such, there isn't even gonna be a third turtle after all. It's going to be immediately gonna be a Lord by the 9 minutes mark, and that is going to be relatively important. Yes, it's not evolved or it is not luminous on anything, but it is still a Lord after all that will be able to help any one of these teams secure more of these static objectives in order to claim more of the lands.
I feel like this game is pretty even. This second game is very close between both teams, and all it takes is just one minor mistake, and we might see a huge swing in not just the goal, but as well as the map control as well. I think Evo has done very well in this game too to really take control of the macro game. But as you have just seen like a couple of seconds ago, Hades is doing his job well too. He's doing that split push. He got that bottom tier 1 as well. So they're going to even out in terms of the map control. And with the first Lord of the game coming up, the big question now has Carrot as well as Coconut farmed enough to make it difficult for Team Flash to choose? Because with the favor going as the roam item for this Rafaela, there's huge heals that are coming out from Carrot. And Coconut is starting to have some damage on hand already.
There's a lot of mobility as well as damage that Coconut is capable of bringing out. As such, this is going to be a little bit of a question for the side of Team Flash. What exactly is going to be their... for the side of Evil, right? What exactly is going to be their answer to Team Flash? Because one thing you gotta have to remember, yes, Coconut may have farmed up a little bit here and there. Yes, they do have the mobility as well. But how do they deal with this Lancelot? Because Powerful picked up the Archive relatively early on, and Team Flash responded with a Lancelot. This means that we are looking at a neutral objective that would generally go over to the hands of Hades because of all of the immunity, all of the CC immunity and invulnerability that goes right past that heavy spin. Which is why the Archive is picked up in the beginning, to lock down onto the junglers on the opposite side to make sure that they get a very high chance of tilting that 50-50 to themselves. So Lancelot completely eliminates all of that. So what is going to be the next thing for Archive? What is that heavy spin going to be used for? It's ultimately going to be for the side of Jay. You understand that there is quite a lot of durability from the side of Evil, and he will be able to melt people down pretty darn easily. A single bump onto God ought to do the trick.
In maximum efficiency is if Hades makes the mistake of going into the position where he's inside of the Lord Pit, where Powerful can use the heavy spin to lock him down. But that's a very, very situational scenario, right? That I don't think will be very possible, but we'll see how it goes.
Right now, they are already starting on the Lord here. Flash with the advantage, slightly positioning, chunking down the Lord half its HP here. Poking out Evil as much as possible, but Lolzy flickers in, throws back JS, forces the flicker out as well. Adamir goes to the backline with the last insanity, doesn't quite catch him. JS follows suit, returns with the last insanity of his own, and Powerful nails that one for himself. It's one down on Flash, and that's a number advantage twist with the penalty zone in the backline. JS in trouble. Hades going right for him. It's going to be Lolzy that's put in a coffin for now. So Flash running away with their hind legs on. It's difficult right now. Hades, can he pull the steal? Finds Hades in the flash. Thorn Rose trying to use the iframes. One more hit, but this guy so slippery that he still gets away. That being said, Evo, huge win for them, and they get this first Lord.
Very beautiful play by Team Evo here. Waiting for that overcommitment by Adamir and pulling him away from the rest of the team. Very important that Adamir was not part of the fight at the same time because they couldn't buy space for Hades to jump in. Jay already used the Mystic Gush, so there was no other options. Vanix could not afford to step that far in along with Adamir, which meant that Adamir was going to be a lonesome ranger. So the Straggler punished by Evo, and they made sure to separate Hades and Vanix, so there never was the option of choosing who to go for.
Mid lane already damaged, being put up Mystic Gush as well, trying to protect Lolzy, but Coconut manages to land a blow and takes care of that. Adamir pops last insanity to get out of that. Evil sieges on to this mid lane, still standing. They have the Lord in their favor as well to continue pushing.
Honestly, after the previous fight for the Lord,
Hades with the Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution to escape out of that as well.
the Lord is eventually going to be pushing down to the bottom lane. But speaking of the Lord, based on the previous fight, it seems as though that Team Flash gotta have to change their game plan a little bit here and there. They understand that they don't have to bait out that heavy spin at all because Hades will be able to deal with the neutral objective pretty darn easily. As long as if Powerful actually finds value on top of the heavy spin, not only to push Jay away or just to lock down someone, it is going to be very difficult for Flash to play things out. As such, pickoffs is ultimately going to be important. And that pickoff is going to be in the hands of Lolzy. Do they have the damage to deal with the pickoffs? That is the question. I think that they have to expand out Jay's Mystic Gush really early in tandem with Lolzy's pickoff. That way, they will be able to find that one-man advantage on top of Evil to take out fights a lot easier. This is not exactly a game of zoning. Adamir can do all the zoning that he needs in order to peel for the team, but ultimately, it is not to force Powerful with the heavy spin, because Hades can deal with the 50-50 game.
Yeah, right now Evo in a very strong position. Not only having a 6,000 goal lead, is the fact that Coconut now is extremely farmed. And what was once the win condition for Hades to jump in the backlines and get the kill on Coconut and Carrot, that would have been a simple win condition. It has now turned into Coconut is the one with the potential to hunt Hades down.
And the thing is, you find 3 members of Evil together as well on the backline, right? Yes, you might find Coconut, but along with that, you might get a 3-for-1. JS as well and Carrot putting out enough burst and damage to take Hades down, even with his iframes, and force him to back away. So tough job now, tall order for Hades to be able to pull the same stunt that he had in the last game. What does Flash need to be looking at?
Well, for Flash, they're gonna have to wait until the later stages of the game. They do have an Irithel that actually scales pretty well into the later stages as compared to a Bruno, but that doesn't mean that Bruno is not useful in the later stages. As long as Evil still finds opportunities on top of Team Flash, they're gonna be A-okay. It could go down to a 50-50, but this is ultimately gonna be that kind of game plan. For the side of the junglers and contesting for neutral objective, the Archive versus a Lancelot is not a problem for Team Flash at all. Just whiz past that heavy spin. They just need to make sure that they save Jay. They need to get a pick off. They need to find that one person to kill. But who is going to be that one person that you gotta have to kill? Well, it ultimately could be a Terizla. If they can find information on Terizla, that means that Vanix will be having a free roam capabilities and no one will be able to deal with him. Carrot do have the kind of Holy Baptism to actually enable them with great movement speed, but that is literally going to be the power of an Irithel. You have the mobility to actually deal with the movement speed from the side of Carrot. So the only one that's stopping Vanix is going to be Twist.
I have to agree with you. I think Jay needs to play a bigger role in this fight. Now, I love myself a good God. I love playing God as well. And I think one of the things that he can actually do is to use that Mystic projectile to get on the back lines. He will be the one that should be responsible for killing Coconut and Carrot because he, with the Mystic projectile, will be able to reach him on the back lines.
I guess the difficulty also is if G pushes a little bit forward, potential for him to get caught out, and he wouldn't want that as well. No kind of peel that is available to him to escape out of that. So Flash, a bit on a back foot here as they are in their jungle. Hades stunned out in the back, takes a lot of damage, and now backline Lalzi is forced to flicker out too. So they've spent a lot here getting away from Evil, and they take the Lord just like that.
I mean, that's the issue, right? Yes, you want Jay to be a little bit more forward, but it's a huge risk. But I think at this point of the game, it is a risk that is necessary because the moment you take out Coconut and Carrot, there isn't actually that much damage coming out from Team Evo anymore.
This is unfortunate for the side of Team Flash, right? They understood their game plan and they executed that. Not exactly to the T, but they did try to execute that, popping the Mystic Gush pretty early on. But unfortunately, we are talking about quite a bit of deficit for Team Flash after all. They don't have enough items and they do not have the damage to really do that.
Oh my goodness, penalty zone used by Twist in the backline. They're trying to siege this mid lane here. Twist pops the immortality. Mystic got stuns him out as well. And Evil, they are trying to siege this, but just not yet. They need the second wave of creeps to be able to take this mid lane down. All this time, Hades has also been split pushing, so Evil is forced to respond to that.
Still a win. Yep, still a big win for Evo. Even though they lost a majority of the turrets on that top lane, they got the tier 3 in the mid, which is going to be a huge advantage in the next control of the map.
Remember, time is of the essence, and we are looking at a Lancelot for the side of Hades after all. As long as us members from the side of Flash is able to hold things on for a longer and extended period of time, even if we are looking at a 7,000 gold deficit from Flash, they can still turn this fight around. All of it based on this utility from the side of Lancelot, and that is the ability to go past the heavy spin and snag the Lord. The Grand Theft Lord is going to be the name of the game for the side of Team Flash. It's essentially going to be their identity. This guy, he can just go around and steal all of this. And at that point in time is where the fight and the game will turn around. Evil's main game for the later stages, whenever the neutral objective is out, is not to be complacent. The moment they let their guard down even once is where Hades will spring into action.
Yep, and you know, with the Lord fights itself, Evo can be very, very patient with it because they can actually switch up gears and take the Lord extremely fast. With the Wind Talker being bought by Coconut now, that's an extra 40% attack speed on this Bruno, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage onto Team Flash if they choose to engage as well.
We are, of course, looking at quite a lot of counters on the side of Evil. Powerful, he has a very good idea how he wants to play things. As such, they absolutely win by the drafts. But when it comes down to the game itself and the macro game, that is all up to them. Remember, the Carrot picking up the Rafaela was at the final second. And with a single Rafaela pick, that kind of sustainability eventually evolves Coconut. He's able to get himself away from the likes of the Last Insanity from the side of Adamir. He can run away from Hades, and there's so much things that eventually help them out. He can even put Coconut in the pretty good pacing against Vanix. And it also, let's not forget about that, Adamir and Jade with picking up the Ice Queen's wand, it can help to dispel that too.
Starting the fight here at the Lord. Carrot taking some damage here. Flash, Hades looking to clear out the minions as well. They're just only joining this fight. Coming back from the base now. Powerful, reaching it to his side. We'll see if Hades can manage to pull off another Grand Theft Lord here. This is gonna be really crucial for Flash. If they manage to do that, they have a chance because right now their structures are heavily at risk from Evil as well.
Oh, yes.
The pullback JS forced the flicker. Powerful going in, forces the last insanity as well. Jay being
Eyes on
threatened in the
Hades.
back line by Twist. Hades goes down, and that's a free Lord secured by Team Evo, and Flash on their back legs having to retreat.
That was a beautiful play by Twist, forcing himself into the face of the backline, making sure that Jay had to overcommit that Mystic Gush as well, saving Team Evo from the brunt of damage that Flash actually could deal. And not only that, with the death of Hades, what a kill by JS, going for the jungler instead.
I gotta have to say, whatever the Team Flash was trying to do, it didn't work out at all. We understand that they have very, they can hold on to the Lord, but hold on a second as we see Adamir in the pinch.
Yep, right in the back line again, popping at Last Insanity, but he gets stunned out. The damage is enough to pop his immortality as well. Will he last out? Last Insanity again being used. The Lord goes down. Flash on the back legs trying to defend this here, but the creeps have gone. The Lord is gone. They need to wait for this other wave, but Hades in the back line
The lethal
takes
ignition.
JS out with that lethal ignition, manages to seal the deal here. Creeps going in, but Evil now has to back away and try again for a second time.
Yeah, this is the start of a potential comeback from Team Flash as we go into another pause. Right now, I think great job by Evo. They have taken 2 turrets, 2 tier 3s on the top and the mid as well. But if we take a look at the gold that both teams have accumulated, it is pretty much late game timing, late game itemization. All of the relevant heroes should have gotten majority of their core items already.
So what exactly is the problem here for the side of Team Flash? I guess that the main thing is that they don't necessarily have to fight for holding on to the Lord. It's finding out a way that can really tilt the 50-50 over to Lancelot. He gotta have to get in close enough to really do all of that. So initially, we do have the Xbox that could whittle down the opponent's health as much as possible. It's all about whether you get the motive as well as a reason to jump in for a fight. We see that JS, he's also positioned in a way whereby he wants to whittle down Adamir's health as much as possible. He's got his Firaga armor, he's got his immortality. There's a lot of times that this Xbox just doesn't die. But because of JS with all of that poking, they managed to find that motive to eventually just jump right in and execute, jump and collapse onto the side of Team Flash, which eventually turned out great for them. The only problem for the side of Team Flash is that they no longer have the space for Hades to retreat to. As such, Hades gotta have to jump in. He gotta have to do something to buy a little bit more time, but only for him to get absolutely jumped and killed in the process of it.
Yep, they have to do a little bit better to protect Hades, but by doing that, they need to have offense is the best defense mindset. Because right now, what's happening is Twist is doing a very good job of splitting up the entirety of Team Flash. And Team Flash composition only works if they have the full combination. They need that Mystic Gush to work together with Lawsy's Onward and Earth Shatter as well. So they need to do a lot more. Adamir, I think that last Insanity, he has been forced to pop it off too early. But that's because Evo is forcing his hand. There is no way Adamir cannot use that last Insanity properly.
Eventually, I think the Team Flash may be able to keep their heads in a safe space. I think that they are pretty okay if you look at them. They're actually still kind of like smiling or anything. They don't seem to have a black face at all for the fact that they are losing. They don't look sad or they don't seem sad at all.
Because the comeback is probable. Right now, if you take a look at the itemization by our dear Jay, this God is on his last item, which is going to be the exotic view. What he's waiting for is that Genius Wand. So there's a couple of things that needs to happen for Jay after buying that item, and of which it's going to change the whole game. Now, I know I keep going on this God, but trust me, after playing so many God games, bro, he is going to be the one that's going to change the entire game. Right now, as long as he gets a nice Mystic Projectile and Injunction onto either Coconut or Carrot, that's going to change the whole fight. Powerful, his Heavy Spin is going to be used offensively all this time, right? But the moment that Heavy Spin is going to be used, that's free reign for Team Flash to turn it all around. with all of the itemization by Team Flash right now, it is late game. This is the time where they can really survive all of the skills being thrown out by Team Evo. And that re-engage by Team Flash is going to kill off the entirety of Team Evo. But only when the situation presents itself. Because as it stands now, Team Evo, they understand the theatrics and the way to team fight too well. They are the magical team fight team. We all know this. Look at the way that they fight. Lousy here.
You mean Loisy?
Yeah, Loisy. He was actually laughing with us just now under the desk itself because he was like, bro, take a look at my name. They spelled it wrongly. And he was shouting at our manager, Justin, like, how can you spell my name wrong? Yeah, and he's going to take this anger, right, and transfer it onto Team Evo for sure.
Legendary Loisy.
You know what? From now on, we'll call him Loisy. Just to push his buttons. Just to push his buttons.
Loisy goes in with the onward. We are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Like you said, Kin, there is a chance for Flash to come back into this. And not just with the addition of the Genius Wand, right? It can also cause Evo a hard time when they try to break into this high ground here because their ability to clear out the creeps and the minions is really strong. Going with the glowing wand here.
What exactly is this? Team Flash claiming the lands again, even though they are at a 7,000 gold deficit? Well, remember this. This is a 21 minutes game, and we are looking at a total of 53,000 gold onto their side. So, even if we're looking at the amount of gold deficit, it is fair to say that one of the couple of these main players, the main players such as the God or perhaps the Lancelot and Irithel, they're close to maxing out their items. What's left is only for Jay to pick up all the items because he just completed his glowing wand and he just needs one more item to eventually be at his top game.
Yep, that's going to be 1.5% of HP damage every time he lands any of his skills on the members on the side of Evo. So that's why I feel, Team Flash, they have this potential comeback. But based on how Evo has been playing this game so far, as long as Evo get their way in terms of splitting Team Flash during the fights itself, it's always going to be a Team Evo team fight win.
And they have done that to a lot of success, right? In Twist, going in the backline as well, forcing Vanix and Jade to split apart from the main roster of Team Flash. Now that they've done it a couple times though, I think Flash, that would be something that they are going to expect. And I'm curious to see how they plan to turn that around or even prevent or avoid that from happening again.
Well, the big question here is, are we going to see the thievery by Hades once again? Game 1, we got a couple of steals. Game 2, we haven't seen as much of a stealing capability coming out from Hades.
But don't worry. At one point in time, that will definitely happen. With the Lord currently at the northern area of the map, Team Flash have managed to get themselves quite a bit of lane priority in the middle and as well as the bottom lane. And thus, you understand that once you see a Bruno in the bottom lane, you know that the Rafaela must be around because he needs the mobility in order to go around.
They're going for it. Mystic Gush didn't quite cut the mark there, but the back line, the Holy Baptism catches two, and now Powerful trying to catch on to them. It's going to be Twist popping the Immortality. Lawsy having to back out as well. First casualty in this fight going to be Lawsy, so they back away with a numbers disadvantage.
And that's the beauty of Team Evo's team fight, right? You can hear the fans cheering every time Team Evo fights because they know a win is coming. And with a dub for that fight itself, Evo now in prime position to make it difficult for Team Flash to even contest this Lord attempt. Hades.
They find him in the brush here, forced to back out. They don't even let him try to steal this Lord or come close to it. And right now, it's gonna be Flash finding a way, trying to find a way into this Lord pit.
Lord priority is actually going over to the side of Evil, and Evil has spread themselves wide and far enough to ensure that this Lancelot will not come in from anywhere. But this is actually a good thing coming from the side of Team Flash because Adamir has managed to pull most of the members from the side of Evil away. This actually gives Hades a little bit of a leeway to get himself into place. But unfortunately, that's how far that they can pull him apart. And there is no Grand Theft Lord that can be done for this fourth Lord.
They are protecting this so well.
Yeah, can I just say, Evo, it feels like all of the different members are like security cameras right? Where's Hades? Where's Hades?
They are
Where's
an
Hades?
escort.
No, I was gonna say, you know that game that you play as a child, the chicken one, when you have that mother chicken in front protecting everyone?
老鹰抓小鸡, which is eagle catch
Eagle
little
and
chicks.
yeah, and it felt like that, right? You go up top. Yes,
Mama.
Adamir tried to. Oh, hold on here. JS in some trouble. They're finding Hades forward on the bottom lane. Don't quite engage yet. The
Interesting.
Lord is coming down the mid though.
Team Evil knows that they don't have to deal with this this Lancelot, or else he's just buying so much time. He's just waiting. He was just T-posing to them.
Yeah, he did back away in the end. Now they're trying to clear out this Lord again with the high ground flash, clears out that Lord really quickly. So Evil just is difficult finding an entry point here into this base.
Yep, that's the strength of Team Flash's draft. They actually have a good, decent wave clear as well. Specifically because there is a god.
You've been very good wave clear.
Oh, but the creeps, the penalty zone by Twist catches 3 in the back line. And now it's Evil pulling the trigger onto the base. They close that one out finally after so much effort.
And this is a different Team Evil, a slightly stronger Evil than Game 1. And this is what we're talking about. Because every time they win a fight, they recognize that, hey, we can take more and more and more, and there's nothing else that Team Flash can do.
It's very unfortunate because I would always say that Team Flash, they do have a lot of ways that they can play according to their advantages. And in this very case, they actually have got a draft that plays according to their identity. And as such, it is going to be a Lancelot for that Grand Theft Lord, a Grand Theft Turtle. That is the kind of split push that they're capable of doing. And we saw that in the lower, in the bottom lane. And even when it comes down to Lolzy, he has a very good pick-off potential. He's a player that actually always finds these kind of pick-offs whenever he's looking for Kaja or Cho or an Edith. They are playing according to what they are good at. Unfortunately for this game, I think that Evil just have got the better draft because of the final Rafaela pick. That was kind of like a checkmate over to the side of Team Flash, make things so difficult for Evil for Flash to even do anything. And to add on things on top of that, they were not complacent throughout the entire time. They understood what is at stake. 100% of the time, they knew that Hades could come in for a steal anytime. They made sure they split themselves up and far and wide and get a great domination over the river as well as the jungle to make sure that Hades do not get anywhere close.
Yep, it was a story of two halves, right? So Hades and Jay, they were the major win conditions for the side of Team Flash, and both of them were stopped in their tracks. So with that being said, I think Twist did a really good job today. With the Queen's Wings as well, his main aim was not about killing. His main aim was about chasing away. So take a look at the defensive measures by him. Antique Rush, Radiant Armor, Blade Armor, Dominance Ice. All of this is to mitigate and soak in damage, lessen the damage that Team Flash was able to do. And when he pushes half of Team Flash away, not only is there lesser damage, there is more potential for Team Evil to turn around and eat up the members on the other side.
And with that said, of course, looking at the emblems after all, this game puts a lot of pressure onto the Rafaela. Even though we're talking about a checkmate, he's still gonna have to play to the absolute T because he does have a target board on his back after all. So mobility is understandably going to be very important, and of course when it comes down to survivability, he has to get more on top of himself. Throughout the entire game, this Rafaela played by Carrot didn't even die a single time. He's been bumping himself from lanes to lanes, in the middle to the gold, back to the middle. He really needs to be there for Bruno all the time. As such, this is a major disparity from what we have saw in game number 1, where Coconut was having so much issues and so much problems. This Rafaela pick, making sure that this Bruno would never die and will always be out of harm's way, away from all of that slows from the God as well as this X-Borg. He enabled the team just so well enough with the rotational abilities.
Yeah, putting value, maximum efficiency on this Brave's Might. So with the Light of Retribution, not only does he get some heal for himself, he can add on the heal with the favor from his roam boots, with the Holy Light healing across the entire board. And as a Rafaela, Holy Light is extremely easy to use, right? All you have to do is just press the button, press. And it's all about telling Coconut, stay with me, boy, stay with me. And they won the fight in such a beautiful way. Team Flash, I think, props to them. They put up a strong fight against Evil, but Evil was just a better team at this particular stage.
We talked about how Carrot was a key, right? They support heroes that can protect Coconut. We didn't see that in the last game. They dropped that one, and now 89% kill participation, right? You know that he was there all the time in the fights, putting out the heals as well. Rich Guy being Coconut this time, farmed up really early as well. Compared to the last game, huge difference. And the carry, once again, JS with huge damage dealt.
I gotta have to say, Carrot, super important in this game. Although it is not flashy at all, to the naked eye, you probably can't see the impact that Carrot brings onto the game. But Carrot gotta have to get the MVP for me. JS himself, he dealt us so much damage as such, just because of that, he deserves MVP to the naked eye. But behind the scenes, Carrot's the man.
I will wait for our production to give us the answer, but for me, it's just between a choice of Twist and Carrot because both of them play very vital roles on giving the chance for Evo to take this win in the second game.
Yeah, we're gonna see who the MVP actually is. It's powerful. So neither Twist nor Carrot in this fight. 1-0-6, kill participation of 77% on this Akai.
Rotational abilities is understandably going to be very important, and of course the macro game on Rafaela must be of top speed. But for Powerful, it's all about the neutral game. It's all about understanding when you should be pressing the button, which is the retribution. It's not as easy as you may think. It's of course, yeah, we're talking about 50-50, but remember, you are going against the GOAT. You're going against Hades. You're going to have to really look out for these threats.
I think why production credited Powerful as the MVP for this game was the last few moments right before the Lord fight where he did the heavy spin and got Hades and another member, I don't know who, right stuck at the wall right beside the turret where there was constant damage. They won the team fight off of that. I think there were 2 or 3 kills in that. And that's where they really opened up the base, and that's when you it's taking a knife to a cake and getting the biggest share of it, taking it all for itself. Evo relished in that moment. They made that Lord push. Even though the Lord went down, they recognized that, hey, this is the time to not just fight, it's time to take the base, and they just took everything away.
It's hard to imagine, you know, you talked about how Powerful might play the assassin junglers, right?
Yeah.
And pick that out. But the thing is, he's been playing these tank junglers so well, serving as that main front line and yet also securing the objectives for Team Evo as well. I can't quite imagine him playing those junglers. We do have to see how exactly he performed in this game, so let's look at the game highlights.
Just right off the bat, of course, this has been a relatively long game. All the way from the start of the game, it's all about the neutral objective that we're gonna have to gain control of. Lolzy, of course, he's been trying his absolute best to really just zone everyone else out from the start to the end and trying to go for all these pickoffs. They're always finding JS one way or another, but JS is just so elusive. Throughout the entirety of the fight, we want JS to die. We want JS to find a way to die, but you see, Lolzy is always gunning for him. But there's always a way for JS to run away, solely because of the fact that, unfortunately, other than Lolzy, Jay is going to be the only one that can secure these stuns. So it's not necessarily guaranteed. We're looking at a skill shot from the side of Jay. It's not that easy to lock down JS.
Yep, and it's also credit to Twist because Twist always made sure that Lolzy as well as Jay had to focus on him while the rest of the team did the cleanup. Hades, unfortunately in this game, was always left as the Lone Ranger as a Lancelot. And as you know, team fight is the specialty of Team Evo, and when you give Team Evo a 3v1, they never lose. They will always take you out.
I mean, they are known as the team fight. I don't have a good alliteration for this.
Team fight team, right?
Team fight team.
So,
But that's just repeating same word.
Big fighters. Manny Pacquiao.
Team fight troop.
1-2.
Okay,
1-2 elbow.
That was my best.
Yeah, but you know, every time you fight against Team Evo, it leaves you with an itchy head. You want to scratch your head because you don't know what to do. How do I fight against a team that is so adept at moving around the map, you know, juking left and right with the head bobbles, and they just punch you in the face?
Yeah, when you feel that itch, what better way to cure that with other than Head and Shoulders? So this MPL Season 6, Head and Shoulders actually collaborated with Mobile Legends Bang Bang for the first time to release not 1 but 2 limited edition anti-dandruff shampoos. And you can even see the Tigreal as well as the Eudora printed the heroes printed on the bottles itself for 2 different, do you call that flavors? Scents.
Yes.
So,
Are you gonna eat? It's so,
so one
Cool
is
apple.
no, cool menthol.
Cool menthol.
One
And
is cool menthol
apple.
and one is apple fresh. And you can really smell it. Like, it does actually smell like that.
Smell it.
I did. I have
Smell
smelled
it.
it.
Again.
That's a cool menthol.
Yes.
See, I can tell just by
Yeah.
smelling it. That's the thing.
Smell it.
I can smell it from here.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So if you want to level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch, be sure to get yourself one of these new Head and Shoulders and MLBB anti-dandruff shampoos. You can find it anywhere. You know, your local grocery store like FairPrice, Unity, Watson's, Cold Storage, and Giant. Or you can also just buy it online if you're too lazy to head to the grocery stores. Redmart, Shopee, Lazada, wherever you shop online. And if you get that, you also stand a chance to win in-game items like coins, skins, and exclusive merchandise with every purchase.
So what are we waiting for? Let's go on over. Buy yourself one of these puppies. And of course, I think that we're gonna have to focus a little bit more about, let me think. I have no idea.
No, it
What?
feels like this situation, right, is a calamity for Team Flash because they
It is.
thought they had the answer,
Yeah, I
but they
thought
got
that I
just
wanted to
slapped left and
focus
right.
a bit more on that as well. But I think that game number 1 was a lot more important to me, but I can't remember why.
I mean, game number 1, we saw Hades on that critical character, right? What was the name of that
Makes
character?
sense. The calamity that... No, he's not the calamity. But at least one...
Layla's father.
Oh, yeah. I
Is
still
he
can't
really?
believe he's Layla's father. Like, he
Is he
does not look
Dude,
like
were you
Layla's
not watching the
father.
advertisement?
He
is
Yes.
Layla's father.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyway,
We're
if you
talking
haven't
about
played him and you want to be like Hades, right? The absolute masterclass of thievery, the art of thievery, learn that from him. You should try Nolan out yourself. He is the new assassin in the Land of Dawn if you haven't already seen that. And his backstory is pretty interesting as well, you know? He's like this guy who tries to stop Calamity from destroying the entire world. So it's like a super high purpose. And if you see his skills, you notice the fragments. That's because he scatters the fragments of his soul.
His soul.
His soul.
Whoa.
And because of that, he faced oblivion. It is
Oh.
so much suffering that he endured for such a noble purpose.
Wow, wow, wow. So, a person like him is a dad of Layla.
Yes.
And it was also out of the love of Layla, like to protect his daughter, that he wanted to save the world.
I
So
see.
It's a very wholesome story. Like, not only do you save the world, you also want to protect your family.
Yep, and he also is a dimension walker. And I think, now we're getting to experience different kinds of dimensions. And the next dimension I want to go to is a break. So let's go for a short break. When we're back, we will go into game 3 between Flash and Evil.
Teams Flash and Evil taking one apiece, and now they're dead even. Who is going to take the lead in this next game 3? We have a series on our hands. Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. This is MPL SG Season 6 Playoffs Day number 3, and we are in the finals of the lower brackets. Now remember, the winner of this will advance, and today they will face off against RSG in the grand finals. But first, we have to get through this series, and you can see we're pretty torn on who's gonna win.
I'm a traitor.
No, he's taking one of each.
No, I am now Poji. I am a Lalang. I will go either this or that. depending
Whoever
on who-
wins the next game, then you will.
Yes.
But you're evil all the way.
Still considering if I can change sides, but who knows?
Nah.
But they just took the game.
Yeah, I know. But it's 1-1. It's even, right? We don't know who is gonna take this series, and the thing is, at least for me personally, I don't mind any of them going into the grand finals. I think both of these teams deserve it.
I agree.
But it is at this point where your mental strength is challenged, right? And that's what makes a mark of a champion. Being able to go through all the difficult situations and really coming out on top. Because, I mean, come on, this is just step 1. They still have to go up against RSG and try to take the throne out of their hands.
And it's all happening today as well. So
Yeah.
they need that stamina, physically, mentally, to be able to power through all of that.
Exactly.
We are going to go into the drafting really, really soon. Are we expecting to see anything here?
Honestly, I'm expecting for Team Flash, Evil to do the same kind of bans whereby they inhibit Flash from picking up these assassins that goes over to the back lines. But if they do leak out any of these, that means they're gonna have to pick up heroes such as Franco or perhaps a Kaja so that they can be the anchor and really lock down these kinds of backline heroes. Because right now, Evil, they have decided to go for a first ban onto the Angela. That means either one of these 3, the Fanny, the Nolan, or the Joy, gotta have to be leaked out. And a small part of me believes that Evil may actually want to leak out the Joy.
Yeah, you know, at this point, the game has evolved between these two teams to be more of, let's play less of the game, let's play more of the man. And you can see straight away, they're gonna ban out some of the comfort picks already on the side of Team Evil. So no Khalid for Twist, no Valentina for JS as well.
We are eventually we're just waiting for Evil to eventually get that ban in. Terizla is gonna be the ban. It seems like Evil may have changed their ideas as to how they will want to play the game right now. They need to make sure that they want to shut down whatever that that Adamir will be able to bring onto the table. In fact, what it seems like from the side of Evil is that they are actually banning very similar from game number 1.
Yeah, but they take out the Akai. It's one of the comfort picks of Powerful as well. As we all know, Powerful loves to fight with tank or fighter junglers. And Akai has already been a very prominent showing so far. Now, this either would put him into the position where he can consider back onto his favorite Martis, or it could be the Fredrin as well. So Team Flash, I think they, based on these couple of options that Evil has for themselves, they should have a game plan on how to deal with this Evil.
So this time is a little bit of a difference because game number 1 they banned the Angela, Terizla, and Xborg. So Evil may have a completely different game plan whenever they are on second pick. So now the ball is on the Flash's court. They are gonna be doing the same thing as they had before by first picking onto the Baxia. Now the ball is on over to the court of Evil. How exactly do they want to play this? We do have a couple of heroes that's currently still up for grabs. Unfortunately, Khalid is a bye-bye. Valentina is a bye-bye as well. A lot of these flexible heroes such as Edith as well as Fredrin is still available for the picking. As such, I would believe that Evil will want to go for that.
Yep, of course, Fredrin going to be a priority pick for Powerful here. And it looks like they will secure a Faramis. Now, this Faramis can go into the roam or it could go into the mid as well. So they just want to mitigate the strength of Adamir here with that Baxia EXP lane. So putting less emphasis on the Baxia mark, right, where it lowers your healing percentages as well.
It's time to go to the RSG.
We hear the Lilia, we hear the Nolan. It's a almost pretty similar picks so far from the side of Flash. Do note that Nolan has got an 80% win rate, and that is disgustingly high. Team Flash, they had managed to get themselves Game 1 win, and Evil, they understand that one of the problems from themselves is that they set up a Ixia against a Nolan in the game number 1, and I'm pretty sure that Evil wouldn't want to put themselves in that kind of situations anymore. They do have a Fredrin to set themselves up as an anchor, and they also has a Faramis that would help them as a insurance policy. As such, they really need more mobility. As such, an Irithel was a perfect pick for them.
Yeah, but they need a bit more burst, right? Because if you take a look at what Team Flash is offering, they're offering so much time once again. Lilia will be able to soak up so much damage as well as deal out recurring damage on the front lines, as hopefully backlines on the side of Evil as well. In the meantime, this provides space for Hades to really reconsider and pick out his target, which is definitely going to be this Coconut Irithel.
So we've got backline access coming from Adamir as well as the Nolan again. But unfortunately, one thing's for sure is that the Baxia is going to be played in the EXP lane due to a successful game of game number 1. So Adamir's main job right now is also still to create space with the Tortoise's Persons. And for the side of Evil, they may not have a lot of sustainability on their side. They do have quite a bit of durability, so that is something that we're going to have to consider as well.
I will choose my own path.
Oh, good ban on his Arlet, because that would be a definitely big win condition, right? The final slash complements the Shadow Stampede as well as the Ghostbusters very well, and with powerful on this Fredrin, a Brave Assault into Energy Eruption would be the bane of their existence, because this allows Coconut to just run rings around the Rosies, rings around Team Flash as well. Now Evil very concerned about crowd control abilities because they don't want Coconut to keep getting locked down. They don't want to make things easy for Hades. They don't want that pick-off potential.
As much as I want to believe that this Fredrin pick is actually pretty flexible, I don't think that Evil will even want to flex this, because Fredrin is one of the staple picks coming in for Evil, for powerful rather. So very likely we are looking at a missing EXP and we are looking at a missing roam. And this begs the question, do we want to immediately lock on to a hero that can deal with a Baxia nice and well enough, or do they want to go things a little bit blindly and figure out the situation here?
I mean, Vanix, he could still pick up the Bruno at this point. Bruno is like the staple to go up against an Irithel in the goal lane, that's for sure.
Indeed.
But at the same time, you know, what do you want to give Lawsy on the side of Team Flash? They will close up the final ban of the game with a Minzy. Minzy actually totally wrecks their lineup, because in the King's Calling, you will not be able to use movement abilities as well. And that would be detrimental, definitely, to the main strengths of this hero Nolan, which is going to be played by Hades.
Looking at the fact that Evil is gonna have to choose their heroes, I think the EXP lane might be something that they may consider. They played the Paquito before, and they may actually just play the Paquito again. But the question, but now the main problem is that Paquito couldn't do all the kind of split pushing that they also desire previously before. So they might want to look for an alternative rather than a Paquito. But never mind, they still want to keep up with the Paquito. They still have something that they want to do. And they probably still have got the same game plan, just at this time, they have a better idea how to execute it.
I mean, in that first game, I think Paquito did a good job of winning his lane against Adamir, right, in the EXP. So yes, there is some value in that, but right now I think it's quite difficult, because Jay on this Lilia is going to be chunking him down quite consistently. Jay will provide so much damage mitigation for the entirety of Team Flash.
So what's going to be left here? We're looking at a Roma. The Roma is going to be the blind picks on the side of Team Flash. And they immediately picked out a Kufra as well as a Brody for themselves. So they're pitting a Brody against an Irithel. Now, Evil, they have an answer as to the entire team lineup and the composition from the side of Team Flash. This is a very engaging style from the side of Team Flash, and they do have pickoffs that a Kufra is capable of doing. So Evil, they don't have a lot of means to really open up the map, except for the side that for Powerful just walks in right into brushes. They can play soft supports if they absolutely desire for, but I believe that they would want to play setup, because that is what their identity consists of.
Yep, they definitely need a little bit more catch on the side of Evo because, I mean, let's be honest, the only possible catch they would have at this point besides Ruby is that Shadow Stampede. And that's not a very reliable catch because it's risky. Your Faramis might die if he outsteps his boundaries right here. So as it stands now, Flash, I think, has a very strong draft. My preference falls with Flash in this game. What about you guys?
Well, personally, I would say that Flash would have a better lineup. I personally would not pick a Ruby myself. I do want more catch, but I think the Rafaela still plays a very good part to their lineup.
Well, Flash for both of you, and it has been one for each of these teams so far. One for Flash and one for Team Evil. This game is going to tip the scales in somebody's favor. So it's a momentum gainer for them here. Game number 3 between Team Flash and Evil. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping into the Land of Dawn.
Land of Dawn it is, and right off the bat you can see the movements by Team Evo. You can see sending that Ruby. Carrot needs to have a clear idea of where this Nolan is going to start his jungle rotation. This is going to help them survive any early pushes and pressure by Team Flash.
Team Flash, they definitely will have a better composition here, in my honest opinion. I do not know how they will be able to pull off this Ruby, but we have seen before how Carrot plays Ruby. But do note that there is, of course, a Kufra onto their side, onto the side of Flash as well. But regardless of all of that, it's going to be a minor inconvenience. I wouldn't say that it's even a hard counter, because let's be honest here. The main thing that you want to counter is going to be the main win conditions, which is going to be the Irithel or perhaps even against the Paquito. Because I believe that for the side of Twist, he might want to play a little bit more of a pos 3 Paquito in this very extent. So he's gonna have to have that burst damage that can actually just jump over the backlines, deal with the Lilia, or perhaps deal with the Brody.
I mean, your disdain for this Ruby is kind of offending, right? So I'm quite offended by this hate on Ruby, and of course with that, you need to see more value in him, right? And this is where the strength of Evo will be. That I am offended into Energy Eruption, Appraiser's Wrath will be a huge combo.
Oh, Fracture just barely caught off the edge there, forcing Carrot to back here. And so far, it's been looking good for Team Flash. I mean, across all the lanes, they've put so much pressure onto Evil now that it looks like they might have the advantage. But Evil, on the top side, looks like they're setting up for something.
With only 5 seconds left onto the clock for the Turtle. Evil, they try to put themselves over to the L bush in the northern side, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to capitalize on anything. They didn't find anyone and they couldn't catch anyone. But regardless, that is going to put Paquito in a pretty good spot. They would want to clear waves as much as possible. Evil is just a pixel away to becoming a level 4, while Lawsy is not even close to that at all.
Knock up onto Carrot here by Lawsy, chasing him down with the bouncing ball as well. Here comes Hades! Lands the first blood onto Carrot here. And Twist in the backline, causing some trouble, forces the black shoes from Jay as well. And it looks like they've successfully forced Evil! Lawsy with the catch onto Jay, sis, having to use the Nether Realm to protect himself there.
That was such a clutch level 4 as Adamir, I believe, just gonna be focusing onto down to the side of Evil. But Lawsy doesn't seem like he will be able to get away that easily.
Oh, Appraiser's Wrath catches him, but the Tyrant's Rage backs 2 of them into the wall. JS comes for the backup and manages to take him down.
How much time did he buy for his team? Take a look at what has happened. Hades not only secured the turtle, Lawsy bought so much time for him, he got another jungle creep out of Evil's jungle.
That makes him 2 levels above Powerful now, and Powerful just hit level 5.
Same story as yesterday, right? We have seen Powerful struggle if there is a 2-level gap. Of course, this jungler I'm talking about is slowly from Vanguard. That was the kind of pressure they were putting against Evo, and Flash has learned that that is going to be very distasteful for Evo, so they're going to try and make it work against them.
The same kind of situation is going to be happening up in the EXP lane, where none of these players are ever going to die. You wouldn't want to put too much of a heavy emphasis on the EXP lane. As such, the gold lane is going to be where all of our eyes are going to be at. The Irithel would need a couple of help. As such, the only kind of babysitting service that we can expect is from Carrot. As long as it just stays around the place, they may be able to find a couple of these catches. But Team Flash, though, they do have a couple of game plans that they can set up for themselves, and most of that comes from assassinations.
Bringing back Kufra onto Lawsy, right? The great setup potential coming out from Team Flash, and he's been using that to so much great effect. Hades contesting the jungle! Not just that though! Takes Powerful along with him. Also some damage onto Carrot. The flicker out will keep him safe.
A lot of assassinations, like I said. Nolan plays a very, very important part in this game. We don't have a very thick heroes in the early stages, and that is where we want to see.
No, Coconut being badgered here by Hades. The fracture will do the trick, and he seals the deal for himself. Hades just absolutely obnoxious now. He's 8 up 2 levels again above it. Vanix gets killed down below onto Twist as well.
What a huge advantage Flash have gotten for themselves, and it all came down to that first play across the map, all because of Lawsy's Kufra.
After all, we are looking at a 2,000 gold advantage from the side of Team Flash. I don't think that Evil should actually take this fight much anymore. But at least they did manage to pick up a kill on the Hades and finally avenging for themselves and their friends just to lock him down for a tad a little bit. And to make matters better for Evil is that Turtle is currently available. If they would want to snag up this Turtle before Hades even pop up, it was definitely possible.
Yep, Jay doing his best to buy time for Team Flash once again, making sure that Hades can respawn in time. Coconut once again on the back foot.
Oh, the Tyrant's Rage helps them take care of Coconut there. And now Carrot himself in some trouble. Lawsy with the bouncing ball chasing him down. Vanix with the flicker and puts Carrot in a coffin. JS coming in for the backup, but don't think he'll be able to nail anyone there. Now Evil, instead of choosing to go for the turtle, they wanted to go for something maybe up top and protect Carrot as well. Instead, Flash gets the advantage together with that tier 1 turret.
Yep, the two very massive game changers, the gold lane and the jungle having a huge advantage across the map for Team Flash. Vanix 3-0-0, Hades 3-1-0. And with a level advantage against their counterparts, this is looking like a Flash game.
Evil gonna have a little bit of a difficulty trying to take this turtle, especially since Irithel is not gonna be part of this. The only kind of damage output that they have is gonna be coming off from the side of JS. As such, Lonsy would want to focus on zoning JS away. And for the side of Twist, I don't think that he deals much damage at all. A quick little zoning attempt from the side of Flash ought to be enough to get themselves the turtle, and both sides are not gonna find a single casualty.
Yep, JS though has to play a bit more safe because Lawsy with his aggression forced out that Purify. Now Coconut is in danger because JS will not be able to save him as cleanly and easily.
They're hunting him down, right? The switcheroo rotating over to the bot lane, but you can see 3 members of Team Flash as well, ready to take him as soon as he steps out of position. Topside brawl going on. Twist!
Oh!
The 2v1 is enough to take care of him. And again, Evil finds themselves at the clutches of Team Flash.
All hail Lord Vanix, as we come to see that Vanix is pretty much on point with a total of 4 kills to his name already. This 3,300 gold lead from Flash has definitely set quite a precedence. And to make matters worse, Evil, they are, of course, gonna be tunnel visioning onto main team fights, and they're trying to set a pace here.
JS forced to use another realm. Hades was chasing him down! Vanix with that last hit onto him, securing that kill. So not just forcing that ultimate, but also taking him down. Of course, being Faramis, he respawns, but that buys enough time for them to take down the mid lane. And right now, they're slowly cracking open the defenses of Evil. Twist as well, forced to back. Flash's presence across the entire map is just absurd.
Why are they so painless? Take a look at the items itself. Blade of Heptases with the Malefic Roar and a Fury Hammer. So much armor penetration coming out from Hades. And adding on to that, Enchanted Talisman is already in the hands of this Lilia being played by Jay, which means that there's so many magic shockwaves coming out from this mid laner.
It will take some time before Evil is even gonna be able to do anything much at all. The Lord is now going to be currently available for the picking. In fact, picking for Team Flash. But it's not that Evil, they don't really have a very good way to eventually steal this Lord away, unlike what Flash usually does. So Evil, they gotta have to play possum for a little bit and hope that they will be able to eventually skill up and find small little opportunities and wait for Team Flash to eventually be complacent. Because we have seen before that Adamir usually starts to become very complacent and start to dive into the opponents to create that kind of space that they will want. But Evil, I think eventually, they should be able to find that kind of opportunity.
I mean, no contest, right? Because yes, Evil, they might be able to come in with the I'm Offended and try to steal this away with Powerful and the Appraiser's Wrath, but Powerful is 2 levels behind Hades as well, and even if they pull off that I'm Offended, what are they gonna follow up with, save for the burst damage on Twist? That being said, all of them are under-leveled behind Flash.
Yeah, Hades is 4 levels ahead of the lowest member on the side of Team Evil, which essentially almost makes it a situation where he can be in a 1v4, 1v5, we never know.
Oh, but the knockup here, they're going in, Jay. Being chased down by Powerful here, and Hades follows suit. The Appraiser's Wrath will secure that kill for them in the backline. Twist is on to Adamir, the knockup, the damage, but he tanks all of that and soaks it up, and JS, forced to pop the Netherrealm in some danger, gets away. And all this as the Lord is charging down the top lane, so Flash still putting on that pressure onto Team Evil.
Yeah, but Team Evil managing to survive that onslaught, right? Which I think is super impressive because there's 6,000 go down.
Gotta say a tad bit mistake from the side of Jay for diving in super deep right into the face of Powerful, not having the black shoes to really work with him. As such, the push coming from the side of Team Flash will not be able to get any more bonus out of the inner turrets. All of the inhibitor turrets were still up and running. None of them chipped off or anything, but it's not like Team Flash gotta have to rush this game or anything. I think that they're trying to play it safe, but they do have 6,400 gold lead after all. All they gotta do is just suffocate Evil as much as possible and try to hold down the fort. They don't have to force team fights, but they gotta have to make sure that Evil do not get any more farm from this point onwards.
Yep, I mean, Evil at this point is still on the halfway mark, right? About 27,000 gold. They need at least 40 to 50,000 to have some decent itemization to be able to fight back against Team Flash. And as it stands now, Team Flash already closing up the map against Evil.
Slowly but surely, Team Flash holds down the fort here in the northern jungle. While the bottom lane may be a little bit of a clash, I gotta have to say, between the creeps. I wouldn't say that that is going to be that important when it comes down to attaining lane priority. The main thing is freezing the waves. You freeze out the waves and ensure that you take the jungle for yourselves. This is going to make Evil have a little bit of a problem trying to reach out to get these farms, while all of these creeps are going to be withered away by their own creeps.
Let's take a look at Vanix as well. He has the Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar, and these are huge items. He also has the Hunter's Strike, and this is going to be a lot of damage coming out from Vanix. If you were worried about Hades, the gold laner is the main guy that you have to be very careful about. Vanix with the Abyss Impact as well as the Corrosive Strike, going to take a lot of lives from Evil.
5-0-0 after all. It is definitely going to be a very difficult guy to bring down with a lot of that kind of advantages. But of course, remember this, when we are looking at Vanix, who is going to be the one that must bring him down? Who is the one that have the avenue to actually just run past everyone to get a kill? It is going to be none other than Twist. But he doesn't really quite have the advantage of doing that. He doesn't have the goal. We're mostly looking at him peeling for the team and hoping that he'll be able to create enough space.
This is so rough. I mean, taking a look at the level, right? The EXP difference. Lawsy is the same level as Coconut and 1 level ahead of JS as well. And that's the Roma, mind you, you know? Even if Evil manages to get a catch somewhere, the damage that they have just isn't enough. I think on Coconut he had the Berserker's Fury, but Vanix, you know, with the items that you said, Sea Halberd as well, the Malefic Roar, you know that he's gonna put the pain on to Evil. Not to mention there is Hades in the backline with the burst damage as well, and Jay. So right now, making full use of that, they're gonna go ahead and siege the top and the mid lanes. Lord crashing down, base turret gone, top side, Coconut taken low by Hades. Slowly burning, but not quite enough to put him down just yet.
Eyes on Lawsy though. He is going to be the one that changes this whole fight.
He's going in for it, knocks up Powerful, doesn't quite get the Tyrant's Revenge. The Netherrealm popped by JS here to sustain the team for a bit longer. On this time, they're in the backline. Adamir distracting them while they take the base turret, and now they have the chance to chase it. Carrot flickers in, but it isn't enough. It just fends them off to live another day. Evil, yes, they survived, but all their base turrets obliterated.
What a tough game, I gotta have to say, for the side of Evil. Team Flash, they managed to break through the inhibitor turrets very effectively with all of the inhibitor turrets already destroyed. As such, we've got Team Flash that can continue to get the waves moving. And technically speaking, this is the point in time if Evil is capable of just pushing Flash away and play the slow game, they will be able to get some more farm. If unlike the previous team fight, right? Before the previous team fight, Team Flash can actually freeze out all of these waves and bring down the creeps from the creep counts from their own side, making it even more difficult for Evil to farm. So now, with Mega Creeps all across the board, Evil can play this very slowly. So Flash, they are technically on a bit of a timer here. The longer that they give Evil to breathe, the more items that Coconut can actually bring for his team, and probably more damage on the twists.
Yep, it's actually a gold timer here, so as long as Evil manages to hit around 46 to 50,000 in gold, their itemization will be up, and most of them should hit max level at level 15. And that's a timer that Flash has to be very careful about, which means this next Lord is going to make or break the game for Flash.
Yep, this must be the GG Lord for the side of Flash. If they do not end the game by this next Lord, they're only going to be making things even more difficult for themselves.
So Evil, they recognize this as well. You can see Powerful already walking around his jungle. They cannot afford to give this Lord for free. But at the same time, they can't overcommit and get killed in the process as well.
Exactly. And do remember that now Powerful is finally at level 15. The point in time where they can actually work in a 50-50 gameplay. But Jay is starting to get a little bit cheeky as he pops right back over to JS and focusing on something here.
Flash is not making this easy for Team Evil, right? Pushing up that top lane all the way in, forcing Twist to be out of that fight as they take down the Lord. So Evil had no chance of even coming in because the burst damage and the flank comes from Twist as well. So without that threat there, it's so hard for Evil to be able to make an entry into that. And now, with the Lord in hand, oh, hold on, Hades though gets caught out. Don't want that to happen. Does escape successfully. Mirror in the back line, catches onto Coconut, goes all the way in as well. The rest of the team comes here. Lolzy doesn't catch anyone just yet. Another round popped as well for the sustain the praises round. Tries to fend them off, but is it enough? The Lord comes down onto the base. He flickers in. Vanix takes the last blows on the base and closes out that game. Knocks Flash up to a 2-1.
Showing that they have the champion material in them. I mean, I have to give this game to Lolzy. The amount of time he bought for his team, slowing down Coconut right at the end, so they couldn't even get any damage on the Lord for the defense.
I gotta have to say, impressive game from the side of Team Flash SG. Their drafting definitely triumphed over Team Evil. And Evil, I think that they definitely have a certain kind of game plan in their mind, but they weren't able to execute it. In my mind, I just couldn't really quite understand the pick on the Paquito. They don't really have a very much of a proper way to really initiate or to soak things up. So they were fighting against a Baxia after all, so I wouldn't expect you to pick any heroes that will be able to win against a Baxia anyway, but it should be able to contribute over to the later stages of the fight. The only thing that the Paquito could do was really just to knock up for a shy little bit. But Twist wasn't really going around with a lot of that split pushing mechanism that we usually see out of him in his Paquito. But namely is because of the fear of being killed by this Nolan. It's just kind of like a repeat of game number 1.
Yep, exactly. And you know, Adamir was a problem in game 1, but now in game 3 you have Adamir and Lolzy, who were both big problems for the side of Team Evil. Adamir just choosing to jump in time and time again, always the first initiator in team fights. And if things were going awry, Lolzy, or can I say Loisy, is gonna come in and get the Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge, beautiful stuns of which Evil just cannot handle.
I gotta say that the constant ban onto the Khalid ultimately is gonna be extremely great for the side of Flash. But I think that Evil, they're starting to pick things up a little bit. I think that they're starting to get a little bit of an understanding that if Twist do not get the hero that they need, their team fight potential, the Evil magic eventually wears off. I think that Twist gonna have to play heroes that sets things up. It needs to be that person that sets the pace for the team. It's gotta be Khalid, it's gotta be Terizla. Picking up an Xbox for the team, it may be a little bit difficult because it doesn't have the kind of lockdown per se. So if Team Flash continues with the way that they have been drafting so far, I think that they will be on a pretty good track. And Evil cannot bend the Terizla over to the side of Team Flash. They're gonna have to find a way to really play this out.
I think it begs the question of, do they need a new Mega Mind on the side of Evil? Now, what I'm referring to is the fact that Evil does not have a coach. And, you know, Team Flash having both Reminiscent and KCP, these two big brains joined into one Mega Mind, definitely outdrafting Evil, at least for 2 of the 3 games today already.
How far can Powerful stretch himself? That is always going to be the question. We see that they do not have a coach, but he is a player coach after all. And I gotta have to say that he is a gem within of Evil, being able to get all these drafting patterns down while being a player. There's so many things that you gotta have to think of, and you gotta have to execute all of that in-game as well. That must be a sensory overload for Powerful. But for now, you know, we gotta move past that fact a little bit and look at the emblems, see whether there are anything that is out of the ordinary or not. Because it's pretty much safe to say that we are looking at the same kind of emblems coming from the members from the side of Team Flash. When it comes down to Nolan, he wants a lethal ignition. We have seen the burning pick coming in from him time and time again when it comes down to assassinating members of Evil. While Baxiok being completely tanky, doesn't really have much death at all, in fact only 1 death, but he has done his job. He's soaked up so much damage, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he's going to be one of them that has the most amount of damage received.
And also with the adaptive attack, right? The thrill onto Hades here guarantees, I mean, helps him with that early game as well. The reason why he was so obnoxious even from the beginning, starting parts of the game up against someone like Fredrin, Powerful on the Fredrin. I think just all in all, it was so oppressive against Evil that from the onset, it was a tough game.
Yep, and they couldn't even make full use of that Netherrealm because Jay was constantly on JS's heels, right? And forcing him to pop that Netherrealm prematurely in the fights.
Apparently the one that has the most amount of damage taken is gonna be Powerful. I mean, it does make sense that he's constantly gonna be in the face of the enemies, trying to be that one guy that initiates for the team. Ultimately, Carrot is also gonna be a great candidate there, but Carrot would require items to really be able to just tag on to that one person that he deemed necessary. But remember this also, right? Longsy is a natural counter over to the side of Carrot, albeit a soft counter, but he cannot go too deep into the fight, which is unfortunately going to be one of the main things why Ruby is great, because you are agile while you are still capable of setting up team fights.
Yep, so let's talk a bit about the MVP, your personal MVP. Who will be your choice for this?
Oh, Vanix. All hail Lord Vanix.
Yep, I really like Lawsy in this game. I think he made a huge impact, but we'll see. What does production say for this MVP of Team Flash?
All hail Loisy.
Loisy,
sorry.
Loisy.
All hail Loisy.
Yeah, 017. It's the assists that count, right? And just a threat. He's comfort on Kufa. I think I personally haven't seen him on the Kufa in a while, but you can see once he brings that back, just the presence around the map, the ability to control the space, and even set up for the team, huge and very, very monumental to Team Flash.
Yep, that Tyrant's Rage paired up with the Flicker multiple times throughout the game really changed the pace and the tempo, of which number 1, Hades benefited so much, as well as Vanix, 2 of these monsters who you definitely do not want to give the advantage to, benefited off of Lawsy's plays all the way.
Remember, Team Flash did recognize themselves as a team that will taobok the others.
Yes.
And for those international viewers out there, in what you don't understand means is that they are all, you know, they claim that they are all big sized, you know, even themselves and KCP, the coach, they are just gonna collapse on top of their enemies. It's like seeing 4 Atlas on top of 4 Laylas.
Yep, and picture forming a burger. That's what it really means to taobok, where you place one ingredient on top of another until you have a fully formed burger. So that's their idea of what taobok is.
So the enemies is actually the bottom bun. Well, everything else is just Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash, Team Flash.
it's a very graphic image. I mean, of the hamburger, but yes. And then you imagine 4 or 5 of these beefy guys just going onto it, but that's exactly what they do in the game, right? And we'll see the highlights from this past game and how they managed to do that to Team Evil.
Yeah, we all started with this coconut kill, right? Vannix getting that kill amplified his farm in the lane, and with the Nolan getting so many of the turtles as well, they amplified every single portion of that goal lead that they had.
Maybe when we are looking at this part where Jay actually went all in, but he doesn't even have the black shoes to really get himself right out of dodge. Powerful, even though they don't really have a lot of gold or EXP, they're still having a very decent fight against the members of Flash. They did pretty decently, but over time, Powerful has picked up a little bit of levels. But the main thing is going to be locking people down, which is something that Longsy absolutely wants to do. It's either to bait out the Nether Realm or try to find other ways of ending the game.
You can see so far, I mean, look at Longsy especially, right? The way that he set up and make sure that he kills for the team as well.
Look at that Tyrant's Revenge on the backline, catching out Coconut. So
he bought time.
Yeah, main damage dealer unavailable in that defense itself. So he really changed the game throughout multiple times in this series.
You have really the 2 beefy guys in the front line, right? You have Longsy, you also have Adam here who's distracting everyone else. He goes in, Evil puts the attention and focus onto him to try to damage that, but then he just rolls away with the shield unity.
Yeah,
so
it's so stressful, right? And it makes you tense up your muscles. You can see, I'm very sure Coconut and the rest, they were like, oh, they're scrunched up like that.
They can't sit well about that the whole time, huh?
So much tension in their backs.
I mean, Powerful plays like this, right? Basically.
Oh yeah, he kind of like goes all the way in like that, right?
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, you can notice the cameras when they have the player cameras on. Usually you play like this, but Powerful puts it on the table and he plays with like, I think his 4...
I think I think he kind of like plays something like that, right?
I don't know,
The
like a
kind of
spider shape.
No, he's like playing piano like that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And after such a, holding such a posture for the whole day, the most important thing is to take care of your back. And, ergonomics. And the best way to do that, of course, is with OSIM. Now look at that incline all the way back. We know how all the gaming and for you casting can be, really stressful and intense. So that's why.
For now, so I need to show like I'm relaxed. So let me just close my eyes.
Okay, you just take a nap. If you hear snoring, you know where it comes from. But OSIM has got your back, right? This is the U-Throne V gaming massage chair, and it's the only gaming massage chair. So basically, it's built to energize you. You play an intense game, take a break, and then take a massage. And they have this patented V-hand massage technology built in the chair as well to guarantee you that comfort.
I love this, to be honest. You should love it as well. Oh, wait. Yeah, lean back. Come on, lean.
Yeah, you
lean.
need to wait, right?
Lean.
I don't think I'll come back if like I lean all the way. Like I'll just be stuck there for life.
Okay.
I also want to point out that if you see the colorful, chairs that we have, it's because it's a very unique design here. Transformers Edition. So not only is it a gaming chair, you also have cool designs printed for the chair. This is the yellow one, the Bumblebee one, and then you also have the Optimus Prime one.
Yep. I'm still waiting. I've been asking for 3 seasons already. I want the Decepticons, please. I want to have the bad guys.
Okay, see you guys.
Okay,
I did it.
I was expecting you to stay down there for a little while longer.
That was my best rendition of a sit-up.
Okay.
Okay, while he does that, all this action here. After taking a break, you want to come back to the action as well. So we also have the wild cards coming up.
I believe that not only just that, we also have MPL PH.
Yes, the
that
playoffs.
Exactly. That is going to be happening on October 25th
to 29th.
Next week. So after you finish all this MPL action, take 1 week break on your OSIM chair, you come back, tune into the stream and watch MPL Philippines online. I mean, if you want to go there in person, by all means, right? But you can catch them online on the stream as well because they're having their playoffs. We all know how much of, admittedly, Giants, the Philippines
and Indonesian teams are. So Indonesian is done, but Philippines is still upcoming.
Honestly, when it comes down to MPL PH, they set the precedence as to how teams are played. Honestly, whenever I look at MPL PH, the first two teams I think of is of course Echo as well as Blacklist. One thing's for sure is that even though we are looking at kind of hospital meta, it's kind of a sad thing that we don't have Oh My Venus playing in this season.
Well, he needs to take a rest. He has so many accolades already, right? One of them being the M5, the M series itself. This year, it is going to be the M5 series.
Yes, and the special thing about it is there's this wildcard segment, right? With a lot of new countries and markets joining us. So this wildcard segment actually has all these new regions coming in fighting for spots in the M5 World Championship as well. I'm super stoked for that. And the best thing is, it's happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which is just next door. And it's free access for everyone.
Admission is absolutely free. The pre-registration will begin, of course, on the November 4th. So in fact, there's a lot of announcements that will be released on the November 4th, which will be happening in just a few weeks, perhaps. Days. I mean, 22nd.
Yes.
Close. Just
mark your calendar.
One plus
mark your calendar. Yeah. If you don't know where to look out for these announcements, all you gotta do is just head on down to Facebook, the official MLBB esports page as well, or perhaps even for the TikTok site MPL Singapore or Instagram mpl.sg.official. We will release all of the information that you need on the social media channels over there.
Yep, so remember to follow social media. That's where you're going to get your news. Mark your calendars for November the 4th, where all these details on the wildcard, voting for your favorite heroes are going to be released. So now, talking about heroes, we have our heroes right in front of us, right? Team Flash, taking that one game from Team Evil. Why are you happy? I mean, you voted for Team Evil.
I am rubbing my hands in anticipation once again to wait for Evil to pop up and boom, take another win and tie this series up to the 2. I mean, I have very high expectation for both teams. I really think both teams will up the ante, bring it as a nail biter. So I'm fully expecting Evil to come back and win one back and tie it up. But of course, it's Team Flash we're talking about. So you know, when they have the lead, they don't like to let go, essentially.
I beg to differ here. Remember, if we are following patterns and trends, Evil will supposed to take this game. Remember, I mean, look here. We are looking at a match point for the side of Flash already.
Yep.
If we are looking at Game 1 and Game 3, the draft is almost similar. Their bans and their picks is kind of similar as well. Game plan is pretty much that. While Evil is now going to be on first pick, first ban, that means that they are going to have the advantage of just banning out heroes such as Fatty, Nolan, as well as Joy, and leave the Angela over to the opposite side to go for those bans. That means that it's pretty much in their playing field.
Now,
balls in their court.
In an interview with Powerful as well yesterday, he said they still have some cards up their sleeves, right? So if he does, this is the time to pull it out, because this match point, if it goes to Flash, is gonna basically send them out of the competition. So it's a critical moment here for Team Evil to be able to take this one back for themselves. We are gonna go into the drafts really soon. Right now, coming up on your screen, and this is the beginning of the milestone. It's just the beginning, because everything begins and ends in this draft.
So, as expected, we are going to be looking at Evil that will ban out the main 3 assassins that targets over to Hades. While for the side of Team Flash, they have decided to ban the Khalid, understandably so. We have the Valentina banned out. Angela is currently open for now. Okay, never mind, they banned it out too.
Yep, they have definitely seen how Carrot performs with an Angela in his hand. It's not something you want to deal with. Now with this healer composition on the Roamer being the main meta, it's really hard to play against such difficulties.
But of course, the question is still gonna stay here. Valentina was banned. I mean, it was not banned in the previous game, but this time it is banned. We do have Yu Zhong that's currently available for Twist to pick up, but I don't think that they will prioritize that as number 1. We do have Edith as well as Mathilda that is still up for grabs, both of which are heroes that a Carrot can play. So which of these two is going to be the answer? It's going to be Edith.
Yeah, but I think this is a good idea, right? Because you give Carrot something useful as a potentially give Carrot something that's useful. I think Carrot in game 1 and 3, his drafts have been very limited and it's been very focused on making life difficult for Carrot. And when he's unable to protect his goal laner, Coconut falls apart. It's taking a hammer and smashing the Coconut. And that's what Team Flash has already demonstrated 2 out of 3 games. Now we're at the 4th game itself. They need to learn how to protect Coconut.
With this Roma already activated, Team Flash, they don't really have to take too long to really think about the Roma, but they can be safe by picking out lane priority heroes, such as the Terizla. And something that is a little bit different this time, we are going to be looking at Team Flash that went head on, picking the Fredrin for themselves, denying the Fredrin from the side of Evil. But that doesn't mean that it ends there just yet. Even when we are looking at the Terizla with the lane priority on their side, does this mean that Evil will want to pick up an Axebox for themselves and then a Martyrs shortly after, so that they will be able to keep up with that snowball potential in the early stages of the game?
No, they want to go back on the Akai, and same kind of mindset, this heavy spin will make a very huge change. And it looks like, okay, they just want to face them head on. It's going to be Yuzhong taking that EXP lane as well. So Twist, very confident with the Dragon Tails as well. This Chinese dragon, definitely going to do a lot of work.
Okay, so Evil's lineup did not change based on what Team Flash is looking for, at least in their first phases of the pick. They already understood what they want for themselves. In this case, it's going to be the Akai as well as the Yuzhong, which makes very good sense, especially since Team Flash have decided to go for the Fredrin. It actually makes things a lot more difficult for Team Flash to secure all these neutral objectives, because Akai is such a beautiful hero in the role of a jungler, just effectively pushing this Fredrin away. Makes things tougher for them to Grand Theft Lord or Grand Theft Turtle right out of themselves. While JS, he's great when it comes down to Yuzhong, and I would like to see the kind of value he brings over to this game.
Yeah, so the final bans, looking at what Team Flash has in mind, they don't want the Faramis to go into the hands of Evil. That is still a possibility for that Faramis mid. And of course, they are going to join it up with the Novaria ban. Now, one thing you can notice is that Evil is drafting similar to how Flash has been drafting all game, which is to, hey, let's just buy some time. We can extend the fight. And if you take a look at this Edith, when she goes into Primal Wrath, time buying is the best solution for her. The more she can get her shots down, the more pain it will be laid down for Team Flash. And that, I think, plays very well into Evil's style of team fighting.
Let's take a look at this. It's gonna be it's gonna be a Joe on the hands of Lolzy. So there's a lot of pickoff that we are looking out here. When it comes down to pickoff, Jay will be able to take advantage of all of that. It is entirely a lockdown composition now. Flash, they do not care so much about split push kind of composition anymore. They want to go ahead on against Evil. So what exactly do Evil want? They have decided to pick out a Valier for themselves, because this is such a close game, or rather close range game from the side of Flash. They all want to collapse on top of Evil, and the best case scenario here is to be annoying by spitting out all those fireballs right into the faces of these players, such as the Fredrin or the Terizla or the Choke, slow them down to an oblivion, or even better, just blow them away.
Yep, so this burst fireball by Carrot is going to be extremely important. Wait, it's not going to be Carrot playing the Valier, right? Is it going to be a Roam Valier?
Yes, it's going to be a Roam Valier.
Okay, so this Roam Valier, he's going to do the same...
Sorry,
JS.
JS is going to play. Yeah, JS is going to play Valier. Completely forgot that there is a Edith after all.
Yep, JS, Valier, and then we have Twist back on the Yuzhong and Carrot going to the Roam Edith. Now, JS is going to play the same role that Jay is going to try and play as a Lilia, right? Stand in front, get as much damage down as possible, and just be a disruption to the entire game plan of either team.
Now these two teams, they might have locked in the drafts for a final game depending on whether or not Evil has pulled this off. Final look here at what they have chosen. Evil or Flash?
I gotta have to say Evil.
I can't make a decision because this is all down to the micro plays. Who makes the better play in these skirmishes? That would determine the winner of this game.
Evil's bringing out something a little different with this Valier this time, so we are a bit torn on who to go for, but ladies and gentlemen, you know who you're rooting for. This is Evil up against Flash. Send all your support to these two teams as they battle. Might be potentially for the last time here. Match point if Team Flash takes it. Last game if they do.
Game 4, this is going to be tough, but I think advantage at least early game, looking like it is going to be Powerful, who has a faster jungling speed against this Fredrin.
Of course, when we are looking at lane-to-lane matchup, you're gonna have to say that the Teresa and the Yuzhong is pretty much neck and neck. They are gonna go against one another pretty well. In the meantime, in the lane,
Flicker by JS, not going to be able to get him out in time. Lawsy secures that first blood, so already Flash with a dominating start to the game.
Interesting though, during the emblem shows, do you know that they took firmness on Hades, but Powerful actually went instead for vitality. So Hades wants a bit more defensive points, and Powerful wants more life.
we do need a little bit more time to really understand how do Team Flash wants to play out this game. They are very much in your face kind of composition. They've decided to pick up a Claude in the final pick so that they actually hide their win condition until the later stages of the game. We've definitely seen Hades playing onto this Fredrin time and time again before, but with the Valier on the opposite side, it actually puts a lot of stress and a lot of pressure over to the side of Team Flash.
They might find Coconut Lawsy. The knockup is enough. Vanix takes him down. A little bit more poke on to Carrot here to force him back. And that's a great pickup there. Forcing, Coconut to back and also putting him down. You know that Coconut without that farm is always going to be behind, not being able to assist his team. Flash off of that pickup, going to have the advantageous positioning over this turtle. Powerful being zoned out.
Yeah, Lawsy's just everywhere across the map.
That's what he does with the Cho, right? Not only create vision for the team, but also pick up if he needs to. Powerful with the heavy spin, pins Hades down, but somehow this man with the retribution still secures that turtle.
How did he do it? That heavy spin was meant to just stop him in his tracks.
We are talking about Hades after all. Grand Theft Turtle. And I really thought that when they have a hero such as Fredrin just running right in, it's very difficult for them to go for steals, but hey, I am very much wrong.
Ballsy again, rotating to the bottom, ensuring that Vanix is safe and sound, forcing Evil to back here with a potential gank onto him.
Right now, Flash has close to 1,000 gold in lead. This Valier, JS not exactly doing too well, but it's all because of this Lawsy Cho. We all know that Lawsy plays extremely well with this Cho, and like I said, it feels like he has multiple images across the map. He's at the top, he's at the bottom, and somehow he always manages to crack open this Coconut gold laner.
Right now, though, they're sending 4 members down to pressure Coconut into the tower as well. So even Vanix into the tower. So even though they try to put Coconut down, I think Evil is returning the favor.
Very similar kind of playstyles from both sides. They generally would always want to put themselves on the lead when it comes down to the jungle control as well as the river control. These members of the side of Evil, they are extremely good when it comes down to playing in tight spots. Well, it's actually a little bit tougher for Team Flash to play all of that. They do want to make things as open as possible. So for Team Flash, it is ultimately very, very important for them to actually take control of the river, while Evil wants to take control of the jungle. As long as there's a lot of walls around, it's very effective for Powerful. As long as everyone is close together, JS will be able to sweep everyone in one fell swoop. While for the side of Team Flash, they want more space for Claude to run around. They want more space for this Cho to be able to weave in and get a good Jacundo plus the Way of the Dragon in.
Yeah, we haven't really seen their interaction with JS and Lawsy as well yet, right? So the Searing Torrent to push everyone away, with the passive on JS, that Ashing gonna do a lot of damage as well. More importantly, is the stun coming down. Oh,
Also
Hades
again with the
escapes
heavy
it.
spin as well as the Black Dragon from bottom side. Coconut gets taken out, but they're fighting for the turtle here, and Powerful is the one to snatch it away from the hands of Flash this time. Twist goes in the backline, knocks up Jay. The damage laid on him to seal the deal, and now Adamir is in trouble, gets put in a coffin. It's 2 for Evil.
Massive kill pressure coming from the side of Yuzhong now, and this is the kind of thing that you would definitely want to see from the side of Evil. Now, with Powerful and Twist putting quite a lot of pressure on top of Hades, they would love to be able to bring him down, but unfortunately would not be able to do so.
I mean, that was what I was counting on. I was about to say Evil need to get many kills after taking this lot, and that's exactly what they did. So Evil playing to their strengths, which is team fight, the magical formula of fighting every single time and coming out with your opponents pummeled to the ground.
We do have the Ice Queen's wand that has already been picked up from the hands of JS, which would explain the massive amount of movement speed slow onto the side of Lothi in the middle lane. Aside from all of that, the Yuzhong has been working on a lot of that damage potentials, right? We're looking at the Fury Hammer and slowly working its way onto the next item build-up. Well, of course, when we are looking at the side of Coconut, he currently already have the Heart's Claws, while on his counterpart for Lord Vanix, he does have the Demon Hunter Sword and slowly working his way over to the next.
Right now they're brawling it out in the mid lane. You can see this is really a nail-biting game, right? 6 minutes into the game, and they're neck and neck in terms of kills, in terms of gold. We don't see the same lead that either of these teams had compared to the previous game. So at this point, I mean, you might be right. It's still anyone's game. We could see Evil with a comeback here. Lolzy in that mid lane though.
He actually used the Way of the Dragon a little bit too early there. I'm not sure if that's the correct call because Toto's coming out in the next 2 seconds.
That is something that I really don't understand about the Way of the Dragon, but perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more eventually. But in the meantime, bottom.
Yeah, all the way in. Karen knocking up Lolzy here. They do manage to take him down, so that's an advantage for them in terms of contesting this objective. Has been reset though. Hades in the brushes. You just don't know with this guy whether he's gonna come in and steal that away. Not to mention with the Fredrin, he does have the Appraiser's Wrath as well. Karen spots that out, throws him back. The damage comes through. Heavy spin pins him to the wall as well. He is not able to do that because he is in a coffin. Sent back to the base, but Adamir comes in the backline with the penalty zone. Double kill as well. JS in some trouble. Will back out, and he is safe for now. But my goodness, that counterplay coming from Flash.
Yeah, I mean, very good presence of mind by Powerful to just get the retreat right before he died. He knew he was going to die anyway, but he kept his composure.
You want to defend the bottom as much as possible. Lolzy.
Petrify onto him, the throwback as well. Twist, trying to get him there. Carrot goes down. Vanix takes credit for it, and they're happy with that. They're gonna back out of this. Oh, hold on, no, Twist. He wants revenge. He finds the return. He's going for it, but Adamir with the last HP being chased down by JS. The Searing Torrents will put him down. Vanix with the blazing duet.
Was that really
Gets
worth it?
one and evens up the score.
Was that really worth it? As he slowly straggles in one after another, they're trying to seal each other's fate, but their own fate unfortunately has been sealed too, one after another. We'll look at it in a bigger picture. We are currently 7-8, 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the game with Flash at 300 gold lead, which isn't much at all. But how about standing objectives? For Team Flash, we've got 2 of the turrets that's already been taken down, with only 1 turret left in the middle. Eventually, Team Flash might be able to get a little bit more of that suffocation over to the side of Evil, though.
Quite tough, though. It is not a very huge lead, if there's even a lead to be considered at this point, because it's about 400 gold. Quite ignorable at this stage. Right now, it's about the map control, and Flash definitely in the lead in terms of having that macro. More importantly now is that Vanix is 4-0-3. This gold laner is having the time of his life. On the flip side, Coconut 0-3-1 died 3 times already in this game.
Conceal.
Lolzy with the conceal, the flicker in, finds Coconut in the backline, obliterated by Vanix, who gets himself a double kill, and now they have free reign and space to take this Lord for themselves. The zoning comes through by Adamir, Lalzi, as well. Twist and Powerful, they have no entry into this objective.
The Lord is just slowly gonna be whittled down by the hands of Hades as well as Vanix. The rest of the members from the side of Team Evil with not a coconut or a carrot to mix themselves into this blender. It's not gonna work out for them, as thus giving Flash that win.
Can't imagine the pressure that Coconut is feeling from Lawsy right now. He has been caught so many times by this Cho, but there's really nothing much they can do about it because Jikundo as well as the Shumpo is so irritating. He's so mobile.
It's actually really tough for the side of Evil to continue from this point on, as we do have Vanix that's already close to 80. He's actually at 8,700 gold when it comes down to the total economy. He'd already have the Demon Hunter Sword and Golden Staff and the Corrosion side. He's pretty much online and just picked up the Winner Nature for himself. As such, there's really not much of an answer to the Vanix, and he can just go in with the Blazing Duet. Evil is going to have quite a game for themselves here.
And if we're talking about disruption, Jay definitely doing a better job at disruption compared to what JS can offer at this point, because there's a level advantage and there's an itemization advantage as well for this mid laner on the side of Team Flash.
Slowly but surely, Team Flash will push themselves in. They've already gotten the inner turret in the bottom lane, left with the inner turret in the middle, but Evil, they're holding things out very well. And this isn't particularly a lot take that has helped Flash very well just yet. There is still one more wave of Mega Creeps that will be marching down to the top, and I hope, truly hope, that Flash will be able to make full use of this.
Yep, the turnaround though for Evil is in the next team fight. If they can win another team fight, they can cut that lead, and Team Flash has to be very careful about their base, because Team Evil, the way the draft works, they're going to clear turrets extremely fast.
As they slowly make their way to the bottom, onto the middle lane. The top lane inner turret did go down, so that is a great thing for them. But they are still lacking the inner turret to really keep Evil within of their base. We're looking at the 2,800 gold lead. Evil should be able to slowly get themselves right back into the game as long as they'll be able to get a single or two-person kill. They need that pick-off, but when are they gonna find that?
Well, the fact that Adamir expanded his flicker at this point is a good sign. It could be a point they can take, right? It's about 100 seconds before Adamir has that flicker, which means that the offensive nature and defensive natures are a little bit dulled on the side of Adamir. No penalty zone that could change the whole team fight against Evil.
I mean, looking at Vanix, he's already picked up his Trinity build together with the Wind of Nature, so not only does he have the advantage in terms of the offensive compared to Coconut, he also have that defense available if someone chooses to dive him in the back line. Mid lane, Powerful, taking some damage. Taunts coming through from Hades as well, and the Glooms. Lalzi dives deep for JS, takes the damage. Vanix with the Blazing Duet! And Twist pops the Black Dragon form, but to what value? They only have to run away, and Flash again gets this advantage over the Lord here. They're gonna quickly rotate and take that for themselves.
Extremely dedicated play, and they're very, very disciplined as well. Team Flash knows that they are just in for a couple, one or two. They just want to pick off. And the moment that they see that Evil have committed their ultimates, they immediately back off.
Yep, the Lord and Savior, Lord of Vanix here. Did you see that when he used his Blazing Duet, he actually activated his Purify as well to stop that heavy spin attempt from Powerful to save JS. So he essentially got the kill because he did that combination with his Purify.
Most of the time you see Purify is a very defensive maneuver, a very defensive proc. But this time, Vanix just went all in, went all ham by proccing it as an offensive take.
Powerful pops the heavy spin just at the buff itself and try to secure it for himself. And this is, the dire state that Evil is in at the moment, starved of resources, having to use some of their cooldowns just to secure them. The Lord coming down top side as well for Team Flash.
Playoff
They're
life.
going on the middle. You're right, it's playoff life. Any mistake here, say for what has already happened, is gonna send them out of this competition. Evil will secure only third place for themselves when they wanted to gun for the top. So it all boils down to this moment! Adamir with now it's just a massive bloodbath against the two teams. They managed to get 4 members. Jay clocks himself a triple kill, and this is it. Sending Team Evos out of the competition, and Team Flash secures themselves a ticket, a one-way pass straight to the grand finals where they meet RSG.
This is a meet with Destiny. Team Flash, they said that they wanted to meet RSG back at the top, back at that grand final, and they have done it. I mean, we waited for this moment for the entire game, but my goodness, Team Flash, the mega mind of KZP and Reminiscent. Look at the options they had. They had Adamir who came in with the penalty zone, catching 3 members on the side of Evo. And then they had Lawsy who came in with the Jikundo and the Way of the Dragon onto Coconut on the other side of the map. And there was nothing else that Team Evo could do.
We are understandably talking about the composition that makes Team Flash Team Flash. This is a composition that pretty much makes them the heroes. Because we have gone through countless of footages and we are just looking at them when it comes down to identity. We have a very good idea how Team Flash wants to play the game, and ultimately, most of the time, it's all about tagging onto the opponents, locking down the opponents. Lawsy with the Cho is something that we want to see time and time again. And of course, whenever he don't get the Jikundo or the knockups that he wants, his team will always come in clutch, and Adamil will step up to whatever that they need to get themselves the W.
I just want to highlight to you, regular season, we had this combination as well. Adamir on the Terisla, and we had Lawsy on the Cho, right? In regular season, Lawsy did a, I don't know what the hell was that, but he missed his flicker into the Way of the Dragon or Jikundo, and the whole team thought, oh yes, let's catch Lawsy. And Adamir came in with that clutch penalty zone.
He clearly made it a very obvious mistake. It's all but a bait, okay? It's not a mistake. It's
similar
clearly
to his tag,
a bait.
Similar to his tag where it says, Loisy, same mistake, unforced error, right?
Yes.
But this time, Adamir returns the favor. He starts the entire fight with that penalty zone instead. And this allows the Cho, our dear Lawsy, to come in with the Jikundo, get that kick on the last member of Evo. And if you take a look at the itemization, it's really far apart. That is close to 10,000 gold deficit on the side of Team Evo. They could not hit their max stacks. JS, I think he had the impression that they wanted to perform the same disruptions as Jade could do, but with a glowing wand and ice cream wand as your main core items, it's not enough to deal damage against such beefy people like Adamir, who had the Radiant Armor, the Twilight Armor, and the Dom Ice as well. Hades complemented that with the Guardian Helmet. So there's so much life that JS had to burn through. It was so difficult for Evo to take a fight.
There's so many things that Evil have considered for themselves, but unfortunately it's not quite enough for them to hold Team Flash back. Itemizations as well as gold. There's just so much gold that's just flooding over to the side of Team Flash. Phoenix is already full item very early into the game, while Coconut doesn't even have much for themselves at all. It is all but a pity. Coconut didn't have got the gold that they want. They didn't have the Rafaela that they want, or to even find a way to get themselves out of team fights. Although I'm gonna have to say that the Valir is the one that they are hoping to help them disengage from Team Flash. It's not quite enough because they don't have the damage that a mage or a mid player usually brings to the team.
Yep, he did not have enough survivability, even with the Vengeance Flames itself, which is his ultimate. And if you take a look at it, it's standard emblem builds for all of the heroes on the side of Evo, right? And it's just the lead that Flash did for themselves with the first blood from Lawsy. That really changed the game for Evo, because there was no way that this Valir could come online in time.
As we slowly take a look at the emblems as well, Valir understandably would want to get as much mobility as possible, want to get himself from one place to another, and of course to catch up onto the opponents and, well, pretty much be the most annoying mage possible. It didn't quite work out though, unfortunately, but, well, the main thing is we want to see retribution game. We want to see that Hades is capable of just gunning right in. I think most of the problem was solved because of the fact that they do have a Lawsy playing onto the chill. They constantly jumps in to go for early game kills, be it onto Coconut or perhaps to even to start the team fights. They do have a lot of ways that they can start a fight. If Hades do not find a way to just dash right in and taunt someone, at least we have got Adamir with the penalty zone.
Yep, and you can see now, Lord Vanix here, 887 gold per minute. This game was his game. I'm gonna be very confident to say that, at least in my personal POV, Vanix is gonna be the MVP of this game. He dealt 83,000 damage. That clutch play with the Purify to kill off JS, to make sure that they didn't have an option to save him. And more importantly, waste that heavy spin before the main fight actually happened. Vanix did it all for his team.
The fact that Team Flash pretty much picked up 3 of those headfront heroes pretty much forced Evil to thinking that, you know what, Valia is gonna be a good pick here. But because they picked up a Valia, it's actually very simple for Team Flash to work according to their win condition. And that is going to be the Claude. Completely, there's no answer to this Claude as he rains absolute pandemonium over to the back lines. As such, I gotta have to say, Vanix is just doing his job. And he did it marvelously because of the amount of space that the rest of the team created. So now the question is, who's the MVP?
Yeah, I mean, it's the entire team, right? Vanix, he has played spectacularly, but also, you just can't tell. Adamir, Lawsy with the setups for the team as well. It's gonna be Lord Vanix himself on this clock. 7-0-7, untouched with a GPM of 887. Wow, such auspicious numbers and a kill participation of 87% as well.
Well, they need it all because the next game up for them is gonna be against the reigning champions, RSG, and Vanix needs to pull off another MVP performance over and over again.
All hail Lord Vanix. I am pretty sure that we gonna have to bring Vanix a red carpet and really just worship this guy, because we will want to see Team Flash completely run in and destroy that 3-time winner on the side of RSG. If whether that is possible, I'm not too sure about that.
They have to do it because they were beaten down by RSG last season with a 4-1 scoreline. That's a very painful scoreline. So let's see if there's a difference in this Team Flash. Let's hear their comms and see if they are ready to be champions.
Yeah, that's important, right? We want to know how their spirits are now and if they are prepared for the next game. But let's take a look at what communications went down behind the scenes for this match.
Miss Naughty.
Coconut.
Hey, this guy.
Nice!
Nice, Hades.
Come guys, we can guys.
Me no flicker. Nice.
Get out, Hades.
Okay, guys.
Hey guys.
No. I got vengeance. Kill me. Nice. Yeah, guys, spin.
Alert.
Yeah. Back.
Venix.
Come here. I can't help, guys. I can't help. Okay. He's a flicker. Help Venix. Hey, Pakilo.
Hades, you see them?
Nice.
Hey, no, help Hades, guys.
He's no flicker. Nice.
Nice, bro.
Hey, guys, we can end. On this side.
Hey, twist it.
End. I think it out. Nice.
Powerful. You got him.
Hey, careful. The rookie. No, just take the tower, guys. Serious. Just take the tower. Look at me. Nice, Adam. Nice. Hey, help me, guys. Help me. Just back off. Okay, nice.
Chill.
Guys, back off. We cannot. Serious.
Okay.
Actually, bro, I said can I?
Go. I can moment for you. Come.
Hey, come. You don't parry, guys. You down one.
Front line, guys.
I'm gonna end.
Go. Attacking.
Nice! Oh. Sweat. Eddie. Flicker. Hey, I can't. I'm out there. Come.
Guys, I'm with the dragon.
Coconut, guys.
Guys, look at me, guys.
Phoenix!
Guys, I'm with the dragon.
Go.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, can I? Go, Phoenix! Nice!
I'm dead, bro.
I got bottom, guys.
Nice, Phoenix! Nice, Phoenix!
Hey!
Nice!
Guys, I got bottom, guys. Come, guys.
Hey, Bruno.
Aka here. I'm on
Bruno.
Aka here.
Nice! Oh shit! Come. Hey, we.
Nice!
Nice, come here. Hero. Nice.
Get in now, guys! Coconut just saw him, boss!
Nice, bro! Oh.
You know, the Singaporeans will say, Hades no kick. This guy just went through the entire game and just be like,
Chill out, bro.
Relax,
we
right?
got it.
Relax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Team Flash took that one, and I think at least Team Evil, even though they have been sent to, third place and out of the competition, maybe can take comfort in the fact that they made Team Flash sweat, in Adamir's words.
Adamir's was sweat. But that was a very, very crucial play from them, I gotta have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been spectacular watching this match, this finals of the lower brackets, and now all has been set. Evil, third place, and now Flash is the one that's gonna power through the rest of today up in the grand finals with Team RSG. I cannot wait to see that, but it's been a pleasure, and we'll see you later on in the afternoon. Take it away, Cheryl.
It is with much sadness that we had to say to our only true blue Singaporean team left, kudos to you guys, Team Evil. You guys fought valiantly for the lower bracket finals. Now, Hazy P, they don't have coach. Can you give chance? Do you have anything you want to help them out for Team Evil? Any tips?
I think get a coach, really from the bottom of my heart, don't have to change the players. I think all their players did well as well. Honestly, I think they lack of someone that can help them see the game and adjust accordingly, like during game 2, game 3 onwards. So yeah, just get a coach.
Yeah, and I'm sure with a coach, probably you guys will be in a more precarious situation then. Moving forward, you guys will be facing RSG SG once again. It was a tough fight, rather. Was it a tough fight or you guys never pull out all your cards yet?
We never pull out all our cards at the same time. We are sort of like having our bad day lah. So it's good that we can have our bad day on the second day, so we can like get back our morale and everything on today.
Because definitely it's not a position that you guys want to be in, because this is an entire marathon. This almost stretched to a best of 5, a full series, whereas the next one is a best of 7. So do you think this stamina is something that the boys train for?
I think it comes in a good news in another perspective is that our players have warmed up already.
Right, and okay, so when it comes to RSGSG and Team Flash, there are certain similarities in the sense of both mid laners are very versatile. We're talking about Jay, we have seen him on the Tro, we have seen him on Elite, and of course, Sayla as well, coming in also with the Frovius, and even more yesterday with the Loi as well. And these are rather similar-ish hero pools that Jay could do. So how do you think you're going to approach a game with a team matchup which is relatively similar to yours?
I think what we were taught with is fight poison with poison, right? Then we see how it goes, see who's poison more strong.
See who's poison. So do you have the antidote for the poison?
We don't care ourselves, we just poison them first.
Right. So honestly, when it comes to these two teams, I feel like it's really a mirror image. Not only the team members and the players are very similar, you and of course Reminiscence by extension, plus Youngin on the other side. It's like two coaches playing chess and watching the Land of Dawn burn for us. So do you have anything that you want to say to Youngin?
I think a bit different because last season Yongin used Bleed to fight us and then lose us. So technically he suddenly jumped to RSG, which already have some sort of standard in their players. So, I mean, if you cannot bring Blade to a higher level, I don't think you will bring RSG to another higher level.
But they beat you guys yesterday, leh.
Yeah, because I said we have a bad day. And it's not about whether if they did contribute to the, you know.
Right,
aftermath.
and honestly, when it came to RSGSG, do you think that pre-season, is this the RSG that you felt that you have studied about, or have they changed dramatically?
Again, it's not about them, it's about us.
It's about you guys, that's right. So with Youngin into the mix, we have also seen a different play style. Like, RSG doesn't move like the traditional RSG anymore, with Diablo really being into the fight, and he brought out Cho yesterday, which we didn't really see. So have you guys prepared, extra stuff for us today?
Yes, but you just have to watch the grand finals.
This guy is not giving me anything, so I'm just gonna let you guys go for now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for putting up a show for us, and we can't wait to see what you have in store for us later for the grand finals. And we are seeing actually a same situation in Season 5 playoffs at the grand final. Will we be expecting a different outcome today, KZP?
Try my best. Try my best.
For sure. Wishing you guys all the best here at Team Flash. Thank you and good luck.
You guys.
So yes, friends, that was KZP right here from Team Flash. Now here at the Land of Dawn, conditions are incredibly harsh as we see the Land of Dawn take the 5 teams, 6 teams' hopeful dreams of securing the crown of MPL SG, and now we're left to the final 2. And when it comes to these 2 teams, it's a repeat of history, don't you think? This is the exact same lineup for grand finals that we have seen in Season 5. Will RSGSG, our 3-time back-to-back champion, defend their title for the very 4th time? Or will we see a brand new champion with Team Flash changing history right here in Season 6? I can't wait, ladies and gents. The grand finals right here for MPL SG Season 6 will be commencing at 4:45 p.m. Head on down to Suntec City right now if you can, and soak up the energy and support Singapore. All as one as we await our champion. See you at 4:45.
Don't do it! The gateway will devour everything!
My star, Daddy's watching from afar. Close your eyes, Mommy's little
When I learned that our reality was on the brink of annihilation, the multiverse, implanted with fragments of my soul, became the last hope. Any universe is within my reach. Yet, my home still seems but a faded dream. You can't save them. All life will perish before the calamity.
Dad! Is that you?
All
sorry, my little star. I will protect you. No matter the cost. Even the cosmos can't stop me! Layla. My baby girl. Goodbye. The calamity ends with me. Into oblivion. Finally, you are safe, my little star.
It's Layla! Father, can you hear me? It's Layla! Please, come back home.
My journey is taking me home. For you are the home where I belong.
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier.
Mmm.
Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
Unstoppable!
defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
electric in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendio'ya karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة الأبطال.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz
Mobile
sétimo
Legends Bang Bang.
aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения! Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет!
My name is Dewi. I'm currently the main roamer for Homeboys SG.
Hi, I'm Naufal, also known as Icon from Alchemy SG. I play as the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm JPL and I play for Bleed Esports.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from RSG. I'm also the captain and EXP laner for the team.
My name is Chesty. I play for Team Stellar, and I'm the mid laner for them.
I'm Powerful from Team Evil and I'm the jungler for the team.
Hi, I'm Adam Yo, and I'm the captain and as well as EXP for Team Flash.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports, and I'm playing the roamer and also the captain of Team Vanguard.
I would say that the team doesn't have a fixed play style, but more of we try to adapt on the fly and try to play as many scenarios as we know.
I would say we will be preparing a lot. We've been screaming a lot, practicing as a team together for the past few months after qualifiers, after the last season until today.
We have been playing ranked games. We have been playing scrims to try to improve on our teamwork and chemistry. Because we are a new team.
We have been training very hard and watching all the MPL from other regions, trying to see what they are doing, and we have been picking those small little things up.
So this time round compared to previous season, for the last season, I think I started training too late. So for this season, what we have adjusted is like I have trained more with other MPL teams from other country, and we have started training earlier this season.
Okay, maybe quite a lot have changed. The emblems now we get to choose 3 different emblems. Yeah, and most of the emblems got nerfed. So yeah, maybe it kind of balance out the game.
Everybody will not be used to the new emblem change, but eventually when you play more, when you train more, when you grind it, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to the new emblem. You get used to the new meta. Personally, I think it's a big change. Yes. I don't have any preference whether I like it or not.
I would say it opens up a lot of possibilities to new playstyles and also more heroes that have never been seen before will be used up because the emblem system allows for more versatile gameplays, especially during the early to mid games. Yeah.
Actually, for me, I would say I'm pretty comfortable with the new meta, the new patch, because it brings more complexity towards the meta changes, especially bringing the new emblems. There's a lot of things you can adapt to, a lot of strategies you can bring onto the table.
We don't really have a goal. Yeah, we just want to go into every game and play our best.
This season, I'd say it's probably quite a high expectation, aiming for at least a upper bracket slot after regular season.
I think for every team in MPL, the ultimate goal is always to be the champions and move on to international tournaments, and that's the same for Flash as well, I would say.
Of course, I'm aiming for the top one in MPL SG. I mean, I've failed 3 times already, so yeah, hopefully this season I can make it.
We must definitely achieve better results than what we did in SMGSG. Definitely the aim and the goal for Homeboys is to achieve champion, and eventually this season M5.
Personally wise, it'll be top 3. Because I really feel that in MPLSG it's really doable for top 3. But as a team wise, of course we would like to win the whole thing itself.
So for the past few seasons, I always have been targeting top 4, top 3. But this time round, I'm coming for top 1.
For me, I have always thought of winning the champions to prove myself in the international stage, because I already have won, like as you say, multiple championships. So the hunger for it is actually not as strong as the first time. But my hunger to do well in international tournaments is actually even more than what I wanted at the first place of winning MPL SG, because I already tasted it, so I want more. So it's like this is just actually a first step to me. It might be the bigger step to others, but to me it's only the first step of entering M5 and trying to get a better placing than last year.
My name is Cheryl Yao, and I'm the host for MPL Singapore.
My name is Eugene, also known as Abstract. I am the caster for MPL Singapore Season 6.
Hi, my name is Churros, and I am a commentator or caster for MPL Season 6.